Oh my God. Yeah, hello, welcome to Hanger 51. Jesus guys. Oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I hate YouTube. I hate YouTube. God, have I mentioned that I hate YouTube? I don't know if I ever told you guys that, but I really hate YouTube. Hi Jeff, thanks for the help. Shadow, what's up? How you doing? Um, Mike Bird, what's up? Who else is here? Uh, Eric, what's going on? How you doing, man? Um, oh God, I hate YouTube. God, I don't. Have you guys ever used YouTube? Okay, I got a new computer. All right, guys, we're gonna talk all about the new computer. Not just yet. Just want to explain why I'm late. I've been farting around trying to connect the new computer, and because YouTube changed everything, I can't get a stream key. It wouldn't give me a stream key. I'm like, why won't it give me? I couldn't find my. And then Jeff in Little Alabama was helping me on the phone, and we found out where to get it, but it won't show it to me. It just, you can go over to a button and say copy it, but you can't see it. It won't give it to you. So I copied it and I put it over into OBS, and it said wrong platform. Well, then I had to go to settings to find, and it set it up for Twitch for some reason instead of YouTube. So so I'm here. Finally got here. God. Why are they hiding the stream key? What? I mean, I don't get YouTube. I just don't get them. They have to keep changing things. I don't know why. Oh my God. So, anyway. Oh God. Uh, Screw tube. Yeah, screw. I think so. Screwy tube. Oh my God. Michael Bear, what's up? How you doing, man? Um. Oh God. Let me get caught up here. Uh, how's sound? Sound good? And is my voice matching the mic? Sounds perfect. Thank you, Mike. Okay. So now you get to see the mess on the table, which you guys saw this already. This is all the parts for the Nitrous Express. I deboxed, unboxed, whatever. So let me get some of this off the table here. We'll just move it over here temporarily. So yeah, so I haven't figured out. This is a brand new version of OBS. So I haven't figured out how to put it in studio. Oh, here is this it? Okay, yeah. Well, that sucks. That looks terrible. What the hell is that shit? I don't know why we have this little box over here. I don't care about that. Okay, so there's a dock menu on the menu bar. There's what I'm looking for. Beautiful. Okay, now let's go to. Let me add in. I have a. I have RaptorCam plugged in and it's working. Actually, RaptorCam is the new computers. But it's pointed out the door. So I'm going to go ahead and give you that view here in a second. Just give me a minute to set that up. It's going to take a minute here. So this is a gaming computer. This is a laptop. This is a Mac Daddy. I think it's called Victory or Victor, something like that. Has an NVIDIA video card. It has 16 gig of memory on the video card, and then another 28 meg on the board. And I forget the processor, but it's a yeah. Anyway, it's pretty damn good. This thing is it was a refreshed, not refurbished, a refreshed return on Amazon. It was 600 and some bucks, which was like half price. And the refreshed, my brother had me on. We were doing this together. I was on the phone with him while we were buying it. He read it to me that refresh means that they completely went through the computer and updated anything that wasn't the latest greatest. And I think they put a new battery in it, even though the battery that was in it was pretty new. I mean, they just went through the whole thing. So it looks perfect. It's a beautiful laptop. It has a Ethernet connection on it, but I can't get it to work. I don't know what I have to do to that. But it does have an Ethernet port. It has HDMI port. It has at least 3 USB ports, and then a 4th USB Type-C port. And it's got a nice camera on it. I'm not sure which audio I'm using. Probably the audio on the camera, the external camera that's here. So let me get this set up here. Okay, all right. So there's. All right, well, we're gonna just go with that shot right now for now. So this is RaptorCam. Hang on a second. Let me resize it. So where RaptorCam, I have my one 3D printer, which is just out of camera view over here. Okay, this is my Anycubic Cobra S1 or 1S, I forget which way it goes. And on top of it is the 3D printed stand that holds the ACE, which is the 4-head multi thing. And then on top of that is where the computer is sitting. And with the lid open, it's about 1.5 inches away from the light bar that's hanging from the ceiling. It's about 6 inches from the ceiling. So I really couldn't go any higher than that, much anyway. So here's RaptorCam, and that's pointed out the door. Okay, so you can see where the end of the cabinet stop, and then the one door's open, and you can see the staircase going upstairs right next to the closed door, to the left of it. That's the staircase going upstairs to the living area above, and then of course you're seeing the rafters up here at the top, and the these are 1x3s that are going diagonal. Those are what holds the drywall when I screw it in. There's 2 sheets of drywall up here now above the backdrop here. And so anyway, so that's RaptorCam. That's the new computer camera. That camera looks pretty good. We don't have any light over there currently because I don't have that light turned on. Hang on a second. I can turn it on, I think. Let me just pull the string here. Get a little light on the subject over there. Why not? Yeah. There we go. That should help. Okay, so how does that look? A little better. It illuminates, so there's a couch there, and you can see my glider on the couch. That's the back of the couch over here. And, yeah, you can't really see out into the garage, though. I was hoping there would be some light out there. Hang on one second. Let me put a spotlight on it. That helps. Not really. Yeah, the Impala's right there in the door. Hey, can you see the... No, you can't really see that either, can you? The T-28's on the roof of the Impala. And anyway, all right. So I'm going to read in a second here. I'll re-aim Rafter Cam to the top of the table as soon as I get this cleaned off. All right, let me get back to the chat. Let me go back a little bit here and see what I'm missing here. Okay, let's see who else. Wreckham Roy, what's up? How you doing, Roy? Does the VED vibrate? Is Michael in another cheap hotel again? Is that what's is is that a response to Michael in another cheap hotel? Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, yeah, he's in a cheap motel in Vegas tonight. Yeah, sure he is. He's probably at the Ritz or the Royal whatever. I'm sure he's not staying in any cheap hotel. David, what's up? How you doing? Crystal, good to see you guys. Welcome, welcome. You got to see the Wizards of Oz today at the Sphere. Okay. That was probably cool. The old original Wizard of Oz, really? Or I think we got a couple of remakes of it. Yeah, the table is back to disaster state. No, not really. This is just, remember I was showing, last week I was showing the all the dragons I printed. That's what all this is. And then we unboxed the Nitrous Express bottle. Okay. And that's what all this is. This is all Nitrous Express stuff. Okay, and then let's see. That's just an empty bag. And this is the, of course, my new saw. We unboxed that. And this is the blade for the saw. Okay, so that's what that. And these are just landing gear doors for the for this plane here, the T-28 Nitrous Express decals. Don't forget those. Those are important. And then that's pretty much it. We're practically cleaned off now. OBS OBD2 scan tool works with your phone. The little dongle you plug in, and it works with your phone, but it has to be this is very old, so it only works on like 2.4 gigahertz, not 5. So it works with my old phone, doesn't work with the new phone. And then of course we have phone. We got double face tape to fix my to put my spoiler on the Pontiac. And let's see, what else are you looking at here? This is well, I'm looking at something, but I don't see it. Oh, it's over here. Okay. Yeah, and then of course the Chrysler 300 was right there. Impact screwdriver. I need to change. I need to check the clutch fluid in my new bike, and the screws are stuck, so I need an impact screwdriver to get to that. Okay. So yeah, we're and I just threw the camera on there. I guessed where it needed to be pointed. We're close. It needs to be pointed up a little bit. We're missing the top shelf. You can't see the Mach 5 up there, but we have the little Mach 5 right here. So, oh God. All right, so Shadow says, I freaking hate, what is that, VVT solenoids? What is that, Shadow? Are you talking about my solenoids for the nitrous kit? I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Your job today was solenoid replacement. What are you working on? Sprinkler system or something? What do you Food must be no, the jigsaw's not for food. No, it's for doing some work in the room. You know, at the moment I couldn't tell you what I wanted that for, but I was gonna cut something I needed a jigsaw for, and now I don't remember what it was for, but I'm sure I'm gonna need it. Um, right, exactly, Michael. That's what it was going for. I thought the French doors added some elegance as well. That's exactly what I was going for. That's why I put them in. It's going to be another set upstairs too. I bought two identical sets of French doors at the same time. They were on sale at Home Depot. Got them pretty cheap, guys. Do you know how much French doors are? Oh my God, it's crazy what they want for French doors. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, holy shit. It took me a while to find these, because these were affordable. These were they were over $600 a piece, and that was a deal. I was looking at $3,000-4,000 for doors. I couldn't find anything under like $1,500-1,700, and I'm like, what in the God's earth is so? Why are French doors so expensive? Oh my God! But yeah, I found these for $600 on sale. Had them delivered. I was gonna go pick them up, and I thought, you know what? I ain't doing it. I'm gonna have them delivered because if they break them, they own them. If I go get them and break them, then I own them. So I made sure I got them here in one piece with all the glass in them and everything. So yeah, no, I tried that. These are cheap. These aren't fancy. These are the cheap ones. And they're metal doors. The panes, it's double glass. So the panes inside the let me switch to the back to that. So the little panes there for the small windows inside are fake panes. They're sandwiched between the glass, so you can wipe the whole glass off. You don't have to wipe individual little windows. It's they just look that way, and but the glass is one piece of glass on both sides, so you don't have to deal with those at all. Um, do they have what are those hairy hinges? Hairy hinges. I think the hinges are. It's got. These are outside doors, by the way, so they've got that seal strip on them. That it's got a rubber with the felt where the doors close together, because these are supposed to be outside doors. They're not inside doors. Again, I bought the cheapest thing I could get. That's what I could afford. Uh, you gotta go to the Star Wars strip show afterwards. Yeah, so like I said, I couldn't find anything cheap in French stores. Even interior doors were expensive. So, but anyway, I got these. I like them. They're nice. The doors. It's got a place for a regular doorknob and then a deadbolt. So, and I haven't put anything in there yet. I haven't put a. I should put a door handle on just so I can. Right now I just grab the hole open and close it. But yeah. So anyway, and you can see how tall this room is. I mean, it's only as tall as the door. There's no headroom in here because it's an 80-inch door and a frame, and that's it. Then the ceiling is right there. So that's because that was to get more room up. I only have 6'2" upstairs for headroom. If you're 6'2" or under, you can walk across the main area without hitting your head on the trusses, the steel trusses. If you're taller than that, then like on the Starship Enterprise show, where Archer's in his ready room and he has to duck under the the trusses in the ship. Yeah, same thing. If you're taller than 6'2", you got to duck to get going. And then if you go out where that's in the flat area, and then when it tapers down to the wall, if you're over there, then you have to duck. So, but it is 20 feet across. So there's a good. I would say there's at least 10 feet of 6'2" before it starts to taper. And then there's 10 feet of a very gradual taper. So it never gets lower than maybe 5'8", I think, is all the farther the lower it gets. So right, exactly, Shadow. That's why I did that, because me being 4 feet, I got plenty of headroom upstairs. I built this for me, and especially the upstairs is for me, not for anybody else. Now the living room, because it's a split level, we got I got 9 feet of ceiling in the living room area, which is above where the cars are parked underneath. So, we got plenty of headroom in the main entertainment room area. The upstairs is, if I do anything up here, it's just going to be either bedrooms or maybe I'm thinking, well, there's going to be a utility room up there, a small one, but just to put where the hot water tank's going to be up there, and maybe a washer dryer hookup maybe in the room with the hot water heater. That's about it, and that's utility room. And then I might do a train room up there. So Eric, Yeah, I've got I could build a big ass train room upstairs. You know, if I want to use the whole, I could do a 10 by 20 room if I want, um, just for trains, and put a train layout in there. And I might do that. I haven't decided yet. That's way off in the distance. Um, gonna, you know, right now the main thing is get. I gotta run the wiring over here. I gotta get power in the building. Um, and that's coming very, very quick. And then I'm going to start wiring this room and finish this room. So I'm going to get this room wired and then get all the drywall up in the ceiling, all the ceiling lights in. I could show you the ceiling lights. I bought a bunch of these canned lights. These were on sale dirt cheap. Yeah, here they are. I wasn't sure how many lights I was going to need in here. So and they had these on sale dirt cheap. These things are like, I don't know, 15, 16 bucks a piece. And I think they were on sale for like $6 a piece, something like that. So these are those flush mount. Let me go back to the. So these are the flush mount LED lights that you just cut a hole, and then there's two little ears out here that you probably can't see, and you fold them up. You stick it through the hole, and then these grab the drywall and snap it up into the hole. And there's a little seal here, and you just run your wires to it. It's all self-contained. So, and these are going to put out a lot of light. So, and I wanted to go with something recessed like this because, again, no headroom. I mean, I have the most headroom I have is, well, in the living area, but this is only. I think this is a little over 7 foot here. And I did that on purpose because I didn't want to have to cut the door down. I'm probably going to have to cut doors down upstairs, depending on how I do it. If I put any doors up there, well, which I probably will. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, I think I bought 16 of these. And I started looking at wearing them in here and how many, and I don't think I'm going to need anywhere near 16 of these in here. I think maybe 8, I'm thinking. Probably like 3 across here, 3 across here, and then that leaves that little section that's past the staircase. And I'll put 2 over there probably, and that'll be so 6 here, and then 2 more. That'll be 8, and then I'm going to put 1 in the staircase, in there. So there'll be 1 of these in there, and then I might put some of these up in the living room too. But I'm probably going to have, it's just like auxiliary lighting if I want it. Most likely, I'm going to have lamps in the living room. Yeah, on tables, that kind of setup. And I'm going to have 2 ceiling fans up there. So the ceiling fans will have light kits on them. So that's where I was planning on getting all my light in there. But I might put some of these in the ceiling that I can turn on if I need more light for some reason. I don't know. I haven't decided. But I bought everything they had because they were so cheap. I guys couldn't pass them up. So I figure I'll use them somewhere. I just want to make sure I had enough to do what I want to do here. So, you're going to bed, Shadow? All right, man. I'll pull the bus over for you. Yeah, no, I won't run you over with the bus. Okay. Okay, there's, open the door. All right. Have a good night, man. We'll see you later. uh, all right. So, anyway. Is the sound's good, huh? It's good sound. The picture's good. Let me work on Raptor Cam here for a second. I'm just gonna point it over here. Any of you guys shop at Harbor Freight? They have a new program going on. I don't know if you know about it. I forget what the hell it is, but it's only, I think it's $29 for a year, but I think I bought 2 years, and then I got it for like $22 or something. And you get all kinds of free stuff. You get special discounts on stuff. My lips are a little off the sound. Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna experiment here since we got the new computer and I'm gonna set it up. So let me point Raptor Cam over here. So I'll turn this around. About like that, and I'll turn this down about like that. Okay. All right. I think I gotta. That's as much as I can turn it down without. So let me zoom it in. Okay. All right. So that's the Raptor Cam now pointed down here, and yeah. And this is the new electric table, and then of course remember I can elevate the table up to get it closer to the camera if I'm working on something. We can bring it up to the camera. It goes way higher. It'll go way higher than that. Wait a minute. Let's take it all the way up here. Okay, so I need to point the camera a little more. Yeah, let me adjust the camera so we're looking at what's on the desk close up. Okay, that's not bad. I don't want to get too far because then it won't be in the camera when I go back down. We'll try that one. Okay. God, I love this cool desk. This is a cool desk, guys. I don't know if you guys could use this or not, but for $92, it's pretty cool. I really like it. I love the wood grain finish on it. That's really cool looking. It's got that old wood, weathered wood look, and yeah, it's pretty cool. So, all right, so Raptor Cam's a little fuzzy. Okay, all right. Well, that's the laptop camera. That's good to know. I don't know if there's any adjustments I can make on that or not. Let me Now it just got brighter. I don't know why it got brighter, but it just got brighter. Let me go back over here. So you see how bright it is now? I don't know what it just did that all of a sudden. It went bright like that. So that's pretty bright. Um, is that a little less fuzzy now with the more light? Did that help the fuzzy? Bill Clinton would have found. I just got that. Yeah, Bill Clinton would have found that useful. Yeah, good one, Mike. I got that. I just figured that one out. You just thought you saw $20 under the desk? Oh yeah. All right. So anyway, getting back to Harbor Freight. So Harbor Freight's got, so I went there yesterday and bought some stuff, and I got a free bucket. It's it's a pretty heavy duty, like a 5-gallon bucket. It's free. I could buy it. It doesn't matter what I buy. If I buy 99 cent of a pack of gum, whatever, it doesn't matter what I buy, I get the free bucket. And they're going to have all kinds of giveaways like that all the time that I get. And then they have sales for these club members that you get deals on stuff. So I bought this really cool Dremel kit. It's got like 230 pieces in it. Little cutting wheels and grinding and sanders and all kinds of cool shit. And it was on sale for it was $13. Normally it was $18.99. It's on sale for $13. And then I bought another one of those grabber pinchier thingies that you can reach and get something. It was only $2, I think it was. I bought that, and I bought. I went there for a big ticket item. What was the big ticket item I bought? I bought two folding chairs for going to the car shows. These are these Mac Daddy all aluminum scaffolding chairs that have a table on the side that folds out when you fold the chair open. They had those on sale for $25, and it's not one of those flimsy, folding chairs that you buy everywhere else for $25, or at Walmart for like 1888 or whatever. And then you use them like 5 times, and then they start falling apart. This is like a scaffolding thing you could stand on. You get a chance, I can show you the. Yeah, I can go get it. It's still in the car, but I can go get it if you want. If you really want to see the. I had one. I already have one in here somewhere. I don't know where it's at the moment. They're just handy. You drop something, well, especially when you're working on a car and you drop a tool under the car or whatever, and you don't want to, crawl. I can reach right down where it fell through the car, inside the engine bay, with this thing and grab it and pick it up. So they're just handy, and they're cheap. So I have like 3 of them now. I had 2. I don't know where the other one was. I have the one I was just using. Oh, I know where it is. It's on top of the car. And then I bought another one. But the big deal is next week they've got I think it's an 8-drawer toolbox. It's got a wood top similar to this top, a wooden top workbench with 8 drawers under it. That's normally $369, I think, or $379. It's on sale for $299. So I'm buying 2 of those for in here. They're going to be. I'm going to have a work table in here, guys. It's going to be probably 16 feet long, maybe 8 by 16. I'm thinking. So it's going to be four 4x8 sheets of plywood. I'm going to build a frame and put four 4x8 sheets of plywood, and then these toolboxes are going to be under the table. And storage, I'll have 16 drawers. Some of the drawers are very deep for putting all my, bits, like my dowel, my dowels, everything that's sitting on all these tables and laying around are going to be in the drawers. To organize everything. So my servos will be in one drawer, wheels and landing gear in another drawer, propellers, everything's going to be organized in those drawers. And watch out for, what is it? Vever from China? David yourself, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man. So anyway, I'm gonna buy those two toolboxes. Tomorrow's the first, so Monday is when they go on sale. So I'm gonna go get those, and then I might build that table, and then I can get all this stuff cleaned up, and that'll make a big difference in here and get all this stuff put away, get it organized. That was always the plan, guys. That's not something new. That was always the plan. Been waiting for these things to go on sale. And I've been looking at Home Depot and Lowe's also. This is the best bang for the buck that will get me what I want. I was looking at some boxes at Home Depot the other day. No, actually, I think I was at Lowe's. But they were, I think, $450, $449 or something. And I don't need super quality. It's not going to hold, 200 pounds of tools. It's, per drawer. It's going to hold, RC shit, servos and wheels and, that kind of stuff. So I don't need, they're ball bearing drawers, but they might not be snap-on quality, but I don't need that. So these are going to work perfect. And they'll be under and I believe they're on wheels. So they'll be under they'll fit just under the desk. The build table, and I'm not going to need to roll them in and out. They're just going to be flush with the outside of the table, and if I need something, I can go right there to the drawer and pull it out for whatever I'm working on the table. So yeah, the sky prancer, yeah, good old sky prancer. Anyway, so been working out in the garage. Got the Impalas on the dollies. I'm just about to move it so I can push the lift over where it's going to live. It's where it is now is not where it's going to stay, but I'm about ready to move it, possibly tomorrow. Deb's car's on the lift right now. I did her brakes, her front brakes today, and then I did some paint work on one of the doors. And after the show tonight, I'm going to go work on that and kind of finish that up. Yeah, and I did some work on the Pontiac. I bought one of those rivet tools where you can drill a hole into, a piece of metal, and then take a threaded hole. It's a rivet nut, and you put it through the hole, and then you use these big crimps that suck it in and crimp it to the hole you drilled, and now you've got a fixed hole in whatever you're working with that you can thread a bolt into. And I need that to fix my spoiler that's going on the back of the Pontiac. The spoiler has a one of the rivets was missing, and when they gave me the spoiler, um, I don't know what the deal is. Um, when I bought the G8, I would say more than half for sure. Um, more than half the cars I looked at, the spoiler was missing off the trunk lid. So apparently the way it was attached was not very good. And these cars can go fast enough to blow the spoiler off the trunk lid. So most of the cars I were looking at, including the one I bought, doesn't have a spoiler on the trunk lid. Now he gave me this a beautiful carbon fiber spoiler to put on it, and it looks brand new, except that one of the rivets is missing. One of the it was torn out of the carbon fiber, so I have to put one back in it so that I can at least screw it down. It double side tapes down on the lid, but there's two bolt holes on the ends for the you can screw it down on the ends and tape it down the rest of the way. So I gotta fix that. I'm gonna do that tomorrow because I want to get that spoiler on the trunk lid. And so yeah, just kind of working on a little bit of everything here at the moment. Trying to get some stuff done, but what did you get at Hobby King? Let me look here. Oh, one of those, yeah. Yeah, that little jet. The Flycat, yeah. Did Horizon come out with anything new today, guys? I didn't check. The St. Pete Grand Prix was going on today. It goes on tomorrow too. They had a NASCAR truck race, first ever, the inaugural NASCAR race at the St. Pete Grand Prix. So I was watching that, and so I watched the Miata race and some other stuff. So I've been fiddle farting around today a little bit. You heard there was a new timber coming out soon. I think it's the Timber Skyprancer edition. I believe. I think that's the new one. Yeah, I looked at that Mustang. 600 and it's way too expensive. Oh my God. That plane is not worth $600. I'm sorry. That's just crazy. And not when FMS had all their almost the same size airplanes on sale for $200. Yeah, I can't buy. I can't see paying $600 for that airplane. that's insane. It's not six. It's six it's 6.5, 679 or 669 or something. Yeah, it's well over $600. It's not like $599. Yeah, it's another at least $50, $60 over $600. Yeah, that's just too much. Foamy homies. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I remember when the timber was $279 new. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and it came with floats. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just, there's no reason for these prices to be there. Obviously, if FMS could drop their prices by $100 on all those airplanes, the 1450 Corsair, P40, and the T28, um, and I think there was another one that were over $100 off. Um, it was $200 before Trump tax. Yeah, no, I don't think Trump tax is costing that. They're just price gouging the hell out of us, guys. There's no way that these things are worth anywhere near the money they're asking. It's ridiculous. Um, I mean, they had the Carbon ZT28 that's normally $650 was on sale for what? $379 or something when I bought that last one. I mean, they had it in the scratch and dent box at Tower. I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, there's no way that they're losing money on that plane. Okay, and they lowered it by almost half, and I guarantee they still made money on it. So they're just you know they're charging way too much for this stuff. Yeah, I like the paint scheme on the Beechcraft. I already have that Beechcraft, but not in that scheme. So, and that's $400. Not paying $400 for that. No way. I'll wait for it to go on sale. It will. Trust me, guys. By Christmas probably. It'll be at least $100 off. Just like my extra 330 that was for something, and they had that over $100 off. And that's when I bought it. It was only two something when I bought it instead of four. It was like 290, 280, something like that, instead of 429 or whatever the hell it is. So yeah, um, they're just they're just charging way too much for this stuff. I can wait. I'm not in a hurry. I don't have to be the first guy on the block with one. I don't care. I'll wait. Well, Bill, what's up? How you doing, man? How many people we got in here? 13. All right. I don't think my thing even tells me how many likes I have anymore. I think they took that. Yeah, it doesn't even tell me how many of you liked me. I don't get that anymore. My analytics don't show that. So I hope you guys are liking it. But yeah, it doesn't tell me that anymore. They took that. They took that away. So I don't know if you liked it, or you're liking me or not. So it's not in my analytics anymore. No, it just tells me there's 15 people in the room right now, and the average view duration is 11 minutes. So I have 7 likes. Oh, thank you, sir. Is Ben in here? Where's Ben? Yeah, there he is. Ben Miles. Hey, what's up? How you doing, Ben? You gotta stop by. See the progress on the garage mahal. You know, you been playing with your trains at all? Anything new to the train set? He's got a really cool N gauge train layout. It's really, really cool. Mountains. He can run. I think he can run 4 trains at the same time. It's pretty cool. Little town. Um, it's really, really nice. It looks good. Yeah, God, I haven't been on RC groups. Uh, Nothing new, getting old, aren't we all? um, yeah, I haven't been on RC groups in forever. I've been dealing with a bad nail here for a while, guys. This thing drives me nuts. It's got a. I forget what I caught this on. I screwed this nail up, and it's healing, but it's just taking its merry time to grow back. And I hate it when I feel it snagging on clothes and stuff. It drives me nuts. A couple of motorcycles going by. Everybody revs their engine when they go by here. Everybody. Yeah, I don't have any. I don't. I have a set of clippers out here, but I don't know where they are at the moment. So, anyway. You just sold your truck on Marketplace. Which truck? Quit chewing my finger. Okay, Roy. Here, I know what I'll do. I'm just going to take some sandpaper and sand it off. That'll work. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Which truck did you sell? You were trying to sell your wife's uh, SUV thing for a while. Is that what you're talking about, or I thought that already sold? The '05 Tacoma. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what you were trying to sell. You hadn't sold that yet, huh? Wow, I'm surprised. What'd you get for it? How much did you have to come way down in the price, or did you get what you wanted? I'm near Tampa. I'm west of Tampa, out by the Gulf. I'm pretty close to the Gulf, but I'm about I don't know. I doubt that I'm 10 miles north of Tampa, maybe. Um, but I'm west of Tampa, probably maybe 20 miles west of Tampa. So north of Clearwater, north of Tarpon Springs, but in the same plane. You know, US 19, go straight up. You hit Hudson, and I'm really. I mean, I'm not technically part of Hudson, but Hudson's kind of like because my address is Spring Hill, but Spring Hill is in Hernando County, and I don't live in Hernando County. I live in Pasco County. So, but my mailing address is Spring Hill because the post office is at the airport that my mail comes from. So I have a actually my zip code is 4 towns. It could be Brooksville, Shady Hills, Spring Hill, and I think Odessa. Um, it could be called any of those and still have the same zip code. So, yeah, 10 minutes from Hudson. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, probably. I guess that's probably pretty accurate. Um, I forget how far east Hudson goes, but yeah, yeah. Ben and I we're 5 minutes apart from each other, pretty much. He's right down the road. Um, who wants a DIY flying? I can't read that. Visit this summer. The Empire Strikes Back. So what else? I haven't 3D printed anything since I printed the wheels for the G8. Um, I'm really happy with the way those came out. God, that really came out cool. And there's tread on these tires and everything. These are just badass. I really love the way those came out. They're just the perfect size on the car, and they've got tread on the tires, and just very very cool. Um, Really very very impressed with that. So I've been using my X-Acto knife here to smooth out some of the high spots just by doing a scrape here like this, and that's because this will go a little faster than sanding. So I can get some of this smoothed out even more before we start final coating it. So, but yeah, it's coming out pretty good. I haven't had time to work on this right now. Wow. Well, that really smoothed that out. Jeez, that worked really good. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with this. This looks pretty good. Can't wait to. And see, it's got the spoiler on the trunk lid. Mine does not, but this has got a spoiler on the trunk lid. There's supposed to be a spoiler on the trunk lid, but like I said, I guess they blow off because, like I said, practically all the cars I looked at, hardly any of them had a spoiler on them. They were all missing the spoiler. So I don't know what speed, is the critical speed for the spoiler blowing off the car, but apparently the car reaches that speed pretty easy. It's pretty damn fast. Yeah, fingernails on the chalkboard. Yeah, kind of. That's kind of the sound that was making. Um, Well, I have a spoiler. I got the guy gave me. He's got a brand new carbon fiber spoiler, an aftermarket one. It's beautiful. Well, hell, I'll get it. It's right outside the door. The problem with that Eric is the car is a Pontiac. Pontiac went out of business in 2010. And this car was built in Australia by a division of GM called Holden, which also went out of business. So Holden's no longer in business. Pontiac's no longer in business. Yes, there are some parts available for the car, but it's tricky. It's really kind of tricky. And so oh, is that right? You got it out of hibernation, did you? So yeah, let me go get this spoiler. It's right here. Pants are falling off. Yeah, so it's you can probably see the carbon fiber. I can put it close to the camera. It's got a real nice shiny clear coat on it, and yeah. So yeah, I've got the spoiler to put on. I have to fix this. So here's they call it a rivet nut, okay, and there it is right there. So that was riveted into this when they made it, and this one is missing. There's just a hole here. Where the rivet nut used to be. Battery is running low. Oh, I forgot to plug that thing in. We've been on battery power the whole time on the new computer because I got it set up and I just forgot to plug it in. Let me plug it in. Hold on a minute. we're gonna lose the show here if I don't plug it in. So let's see. This is the plug for the old computer. So let me unplug that. Okay, so it's the one on the end. Over here. Okay. I have it in it's in a UPS so that it's got battery backup if I have a power outage or something. Okay, that's the power supply for the new computer that was a piece of crap. And then here's the new one here. It's got a good battery life. I mean, we've been online here for a while, and it's been on battery power the whole time. So that's pretty good. Uh-oh. What happened? My TV turned off. What happened to the TV? Did I unplug it somehow? That's not the TV. What did I do to the television? That's not it. No, that's the cable. Where's that power cord going? Okay. So the TV's plugged into that white extension cord. Where's that plugged in at? Huh. That's weird. Hang on a minute. I don't know why the TV turned off. Where's my remote? Right here. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. All right, guys, hang on a minute. I gotta figure out why my TV. I can't see the show without my TV. I gotta get the TV back on. Talk amongst yourselves while I get the TV back on. I can't figure out why that turned off. Because this extension cord got unplugged. Okay, well, why did that get unplugged? That's weird. Okay, well. Okay. This should work now. Let's see. There we go. All right. TV will be back on in a second. I don't know how that got knocked off, but so the computer's plugged in, TV's plugged back in. There we are. All right. Okay. Oh, I'm up to 11 likes. Guys, you guys are just fantastic. There were 15 of you in here, and I still only have 11 likes. Oh my God. 12 now. Great. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Why won't you guys click the like button? What's up with that? It doesn't cost anything. Yeah. You know, it's not like it's, you know. Anyway. Mike, what car are you? What did I miss? What car are you getting rid of? Which Mike? Mike, you're not getting rid of your McLaren, are you? What does that mean? Only until May. What are you renting the car out till May or something? What? Where's the car going till May? What does that mean? I'm confused. All right, you're gonna. Are you all right? Are you trading your McLaren in on a Ferrari in May? Is that what you're doing? It's starting with me until May. Again, I don't know what that means. Were you trying to say staying with you till May, or I'm confused. I don't know. I'm a little below the curve. I know that in the smarts department. So, um, you're getting a Ferrari Person, whatever you Gesundheit, whatever that, however you pronounce that. Are you getting rid of the McLaren, or are you just adding the Ferrari to the to the herd? Staying. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought you meant. Okay, so it's staying with you until May. Bloody phone. I don't know how you guys can watch this show on a phone. I'm sorry, guys. I don't do any of this crap on my phone. I hardly ever watch anything on YouTube on my phone. I have big screen TVs, big screen TVs, and I'm getting a few more. I have to go help a friend. They're they sold their condo. It's full of furniture and two televisions, and they told me I know they're paying me to take it all out of there for them. And they told me I could keep it or take it to the dump. And it's all nice furniture, so I'm gonna probably put it all on um, marketplace and sell it. So so I'll make some money moving it for them, and then I'll make some money selling it off. And the TVs, um, the screen. This is probably the one I'm using for the show is only about a 54-inch maybe. It's not super big. Um, it's probably about a 54-inch, I'd guess. Um, so I might trade up to a 65-inch or something. We'll see. Um, we already have the Hummer, right? Don't you have a Hummer? Or no, you have a Range Rover. Oh, you're watching on TV and talking on the phone. Okay. That way you don't have to type. You can use your voice to put messages up. I get it. That's not a bad idea. I've done that. Yeah. Um, yeah, that's I have a hard time getting in and out of my wife's Cadillac, the ATS. It's especially where she has the seat. Um, I can't get in the thing. I got to push the seat way the hell back, and it's still too high. She's got the seat all the way up, and I just can't fold myself into that car. Um, so I got to lower the seat and push it back. Um, so, oh, so not only could I not get the I couldn't get the stream key to work, but also the laptop has an Ethernet port on it. It's a weird one. It says spring loaded. You got to pull the door down to put the plug in. So I plugged it in direct, and it wouldn't pick up the Ethernet. So I had to use that dongle thing um, to connect to the Ethernet, and I don't know if that's the problem or not on the lag on the. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Let me try something here. Hang on a second. We're gonna go here for a second so I can play with this for a second. Let me add a audio input capture, and we're going to use the okay. All right, is that any better with my is my voice matching my lips, and is the sound better or worse? The Empire strips back. uh Hey, Mike, have you gone to the car museum in Vegas? A buddy of mine used to go to Vegas all the time, and he told me there's a car museum there. He said it's free. And he says it's right downtown. You can go in. Have you been in that? Have you been there? Oh, he's got a picture of the Ferrari up. I got to look at that. Hang on.
How do I communicate better with my mom?
Come and have a look at this. The Ferrari Purosangue has one of the best launch control sequences. I press upon that, it goes into launch. Right, the car drops down on its suspension, ready for action. I floor the throttle, gives me the rev.
Oh, that's crazy, Mike. Look at that.
I'll do that later in the video to find out how fast this will go.
Is that you? Are you the guy in the car? When are you leaving Vegas, Mike? Are you staying right on the strip? Are you downtown? And which plane are you flying, Mike? Are you in the Falcon again, or what? Yeah, you're on the strip, yeah. Falcon 900, yeah. You went to a drifting thing at the church? Really? Philip, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, I didn't hear about this. What did you do? And which car did you take to the drifting? Yeah, where are your clients staying? Yeah, yeah. Don't forget to tip your captain and the first officer. Uh, Can I 3D print a driver for your Mach 5? Oh, um, yeah, I could. The this Mach 5 really doesn't have an interior in it. It's fake. Um, I guess I could print a head to put it in there, but not a body. But I think the other one has a full. Pretty sure that one's got a full interior in it. Yeah, I'm sure that's where the battery pack is. So they had to just cover that up to make it look good. Oh well, no, the battery's here. I guess the receiver's on top. Yeah, this runs on two AA batteries. How did I know you were going to say that, Mike? Print a blonde with big boobs. That would have never occurred to me. Coming from you, that would have just never occurred. Is your wife blonde with big boobs? Just curious. No, I'd have to print Speed Racer, which is a good idea. Let's go see if by chance there is a Speed Racer file out there for him. Well, they have a print. They have a helmet, a Speed Racer helmet. You can print. That's cute. Somebody printed one and put it on his cat. That's pretty funny. This is a cartoon Speed Racer. What is this? Is this a? Okay, well, I don't like this. I don't know what. See, Thingiverse was bought out by another company, and they've changed the way it works. And I'm not crazy about that new process. Um, yeah, I could 3D print a Mach 5. Oh God, that's horrible looking. Eey. Wow. Yeah, that's just not going to work. I don't know what. I guess this is a. A 3D picture you can download and print. It's basically going to be flat, but it'll print on a flat surface all the different colors to make a picture. You know, you can actually make a flat picture, 3D printed, and it'll use all the colors. Here's another one. Oh, that's interesting. Yikes. Oh my god. I don't know what the hell you're supposed to do with that. Yee-yi. Yuck. Here's a little tiny one the guy's got in his hand. That's not the Mach 5. That's Racer X's car. Oh. That's, yeah. Yeah. They got Racer X out here, too. Alright, let's back up. What else we got? Well, that's a much better looking Mach 5. Yeah, that one looks good. And the wheels are separate. And there's two different sets of wheels. I don't know why. But the wheels are separate, so just like my Pontiac, so you can put different wheels on it. You can make them bigger, smaller. That's interesting. Download is not free. That's interesting. Oh, golly, golly, golly. There's another helmet. Boy, those are terrible. Some of these files are awful. Good God. Speed Racer Test Bot. I don't know what the hell that is. I didn't know Speed Racer had a test bot. Oh well, okay. Hey Mike, they have the blonde with the big boobs. I can print her. I just went and looked at pilot busts. And there she is. The big boob blonde with the headphones on. I can download that and print. I can print her. This is a good looking pilot. What's this one here? Yeah, that's a decent looking pilot right there. What else we got? Oh, here's another big boob blonde with a big ponytail. God, what a crazy looking ponytail. Yeah, and there's two different files, with or without the bra. I know which way you want it, Mike. Oh, here's another pilot. No helmet. This guy's just got a full head of hair. If you want to call that hair. Let's see what else we got. It's got headphones and a mic. Let me look what else we got here in pilots. Here's a fighter pilot. It's got his oxygen mask on. That looks like one of the guys from Star Wars. Remember the helmets those guys were wearing in Star Wars in their X-wing fighters? It had that like scoop thing on the middle of the helmet. That's what this guy is. I think it's one of those guys. It's got two hoses going to a chest pack. One's going to the oxygen mask. The other one looks like it comes up to the side of his head. I don't know what that is. That's different. I haven't seen that before. Except in Star Wars. Let's see what else we got. And then we just have some. There's a Buddha. I guess you could cut his head off and make that a pilot. Got a World War I pilot. It's got a sock on his head instead of a helmet. Oh, I can print. What are those things called? The little mines, mini mines, or whatever. Yeah, there's those. Oh, here's a nice guy with just a regular haircut. He's wearing a headset mic. Here's just a guy, just a bust of a generic man. Better looking hair on this guy. No mic, no headset. That looks like Darth Vader. Or a German guy with a gas mask on. I don't know what that is. Yeah, it looks more like a German soldier with a gas mask on. I don't know why you would want that as a pilot. Full face helmet with the visor down. That's there's an F4 Phantom, a little airplane. That's a nice looking file there. Wow, that would print nice. I think I'm going to print a submarine next. I think that's the next thing I'm going to print. You bought a watch from Banggood? Oh my god. A health watch, yeah. So, all right, I'm curious now because I might have missed something in the translation. Um, this drift thing you went to, Mike, at your church, was that for RC cars or full scale cars? So my piece of crap computer in the living room is the one that I bought for out here, and um, and then I swapped it for this one. I love this computer, but I don't think it was doing a good job for running the show. It's a nice computer though. I'm trying to see what it says here. It's an Intel Core. Iris graphics card. Um, so this one's going back in the living room. This is the one I was using for the living room, and so it's going back to the living room. I like this computer. It worked fine in the living room. The one I bought was that piece of crap that I've been using in the living room. It's just it doesn't even half the time work. It shuts down, freezes up in the middle of nothing. Doesn't like YouTube at all. You start watching a bunch of videos on YouTube, and apparently it's storing in memory a bunch of, so all of a sudden it'll just stop and reboot. so so I've been playing with this new computer in the living room for most of the week. I think it showed up Monday or Tuesday. And so I've been running it in the living room, and I had everything set up, I thought, until I tried to do the stream key tonight. That's why I was so late getting on here, because it still won't show me the stream key. There's a button to click to copy it. It copies it into Oblivia. You don't see it, and then when you post, you post into the OBS. That's the first time you get to see what the key was. Until then, it's hidden. You don't see it. Like, what the hell? So, yeah. So Chinese spelling, you're spelling it with a P. Oh my god. Okay. Your heart rate is at 66 right now? Is that what your watch is telling you? Do you think that's accurate? All right, Eric, we'll see you later, man. Have a good night. Yeah, I have bought, I think I have 4 Dremel tools. Only one's Dremel brand, and that's the one that went up in smoke. All the rest of them I have are, I got one from Target. I got one from, I think, Walmart. Um, I think one's from Lowe's. I think it's that, or it might be that Ryobi brand. Actually, I think it is this Ryobi brand. I think I have a Ryobi Dremel tool. I can never find them. I know there's one laying on the floor over here in the garage. I've been looking for it. I didn't, I'd used it when I was working on something, and it got, left on the floor, and I couldn't find it. There was some shit laying on top of it. I'm trying to clean all this shit up. It's just, it's a mess. I don't know this Viver you keep talking about, Mike. I don't know. Is that something in British? Is that some brand name that we should all know that we don't know here in America? I don't know what that is. Okay, so my brother has one. It's a cheap ass thing from Temu, but it works so good. It's a very small pencil-sized Dremel tool. It uses normal sized bits, but it's. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to look it up right now. That thing was awesome. I keep forgetting to order it. I'm going to order one. I really like it. It's cordless, and hang on a minute. Let me go back to. It's sold on the exact same tool, sold under like 12 different names, but you can tell by looking at it they're all the exact same. Um, they're all the exact same tool. But I was using it there when I was up with Keith, and man, that thing works so good. It was easy to hold it because it's small, so you could really maneuver it. All right, I'm just going to share this. Let me do this. Okay, let me go back over here. And we're going to add a window capture. Okay. Huh. All right, hang on. Let's see. Why did it do that? Okay, there it is. All right. So this is what it looks like. This wasn't the brand, but it's identical to this. And I'll go look in a minute and I'll tell you what brand it was. But it's sold under like a zillion names, and it's super cheap. But it just was so easy to handle because look at the size of the hand that's holding it. You know, it's not much bigger than a regular pencil. Cordless, you know, rechargeable. Just man, I really liked this thing. It was so easy to use. We were trimming out. I think I was trimming something he 3D printed, and I really liked it. That thing worked really good. I got you excited, huh? It went to 86 when I said. That's funny. Oh well, yeah. If you want something to, what are you cutting through, Philip? And what kind of blade do you use? I'm curious. Yeah, I have a cutoff wheels on a regular Dremel that I use for cutting steel, but um, yeah, does yours look like that, Michael? It's probably the same damn one. Like I said, they sell that exact same body. You know the arbor, everything. It's identical to that, and it's under a gazillion names. Literally, I mean, they sell it under so many damn different names. It's crazy. I'll I'm gonna look here and tell you which one my brother has. It's the same tool. It's just under a different name. I'll know it when I see it. I can't remember the name. It was something Link or something, I think. Oh yeah, here's the one you have, Mike. The Venver. Yeah, there it is. I just found that one. Yeah, you have a Venver. Never heard that brand before. Yeah. I didn't. When I was at Harbor Freight, I didn't even think to look for that to see if they had that tool there. I think I'm going back there tomorrow to get another bucket. I'm gonna look right now. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. It didn't even occur to me to look at that when I was there. And I bought a whole this gigantic 200 piece Dremel tool bit set, and I didn't even think to look for this tool. I didn't think of it till just now. I really enjoyed using that. It was very handy. Um, no, that's not it. I'll know the brand when I see it. It was orange. All right, where'd my Temu or where'd my Harbor Freight window go? Damn it! I just opened the Harbor Freight window. Where did it go? Not that one. Oh, here it is. All right, let me go here. No, they don't have that. They don't have that little one at Harbor Freight. The cordless one. These are all corded. Oh no, wait a minute. This one's cordless. Oh yeah. $49? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not getting that. Huh. Yeah, no, not going to do that. I can show you guys what I bought though. Today I got this this accessory set. That's so funny that I bought this today and didn't even think to look at if look for that the cordless tool I was there. Just didn't even occur to me. That's so funny. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Let me go here. Let's change this to Different window. Yeah, that's it. Okay. I'll zoom that in. Yeah, so this is what I bought today. Oops, that's not it. Yeah, this one I was using to my brother's. It was like, I want to say it was like, um I think one of them was $8 on Temu and another one was like 12, and they all look exactly the same. They're identical. So I would assume that they're all coming out of the same factory with just different. Oh, you got that kit, Philip? Yeah, yeah. It was normally $18, and it was on sale for 13 because of my membership. And I was like, well, screw it. I'm going to buy that for 13 bucks. So I bought that today. Yeah. So there's cutoff wheels in those little plastic tubes. And I use those all the time for cutting, you know, sheet metal, like car. I cut a big piece of a door on my car, one of the junk cars out here. I needed a piece of metal to patch a hole, and I used my Dremel tool on one of those little cutoff wheels to cut the piece out of the door. I use those all the time. So yeah, I think I'll probably never have to buy another one. It's got drill bits all around the outside of the lid, and it's got all kinds of stuff. So yeah, that'll probably be the last Dremel accessory pack I'll ever have to buy. It's got a 3 or 4 mandrels to hold the cutoff wheels. Um, so yeah, it's pretty versatile. It comes with a lot of stuff. Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna order that damn little one from either, I don't know if I should go on eBay or. Yeah, so this one I had up a minute ago, it was only $7.10, and that was from Alibaba.com, not Temu. So I know Temu sells it for the same price, the same exact tool. It's very very common. They sell a shitload of these. They have different colors. It's the same tool. Some of them are green. Some are blue. One's pink. You can get a pink one. Yeah, it's pretty funny. But yeah, they're super cheap. I wish I could remember the brand name that my brother had. here's the tool. Slightly different, but same thing. Same tool with 49-piece set of arbors and drill bits and stuff, sanders. And it's $13.61. you get the cordless tool with a charger. It's got a battery already in it, and then an extra 48 pieces of drill bits and sanders and cut-off wheels, and yeah, for $13. That's what I'm talking about. It's, these things are super cheap, and it worked great. I couldn't believe how well it worked. It fit my hand so nice. I really loved working with that. Really, a Banggood that it wouldn't cut butter, huh? Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been round and round enough times the Banggood. You know, I don't buy from them anymore. I haven't used them in years either. The last thing I bought from Banggood was that Viper jet. I bought one. It's the jet I love. So I bought another one, and I loved it. So I clicked the button to buy another. And I just and the second one they shipped me was an empty just an empty foam body. There was nothing in it. No wires, no gear, no servos, motor, fan, nothing. It was just the foam plane with nothing. And it was almost $300, and I fought with them for months, and finally PayPal. Um, when I showed them, they told me if they if I canceled my PayPal claim, they would send me the stuff I wanted. And I showed that email to PayPal, and they said, "Oh no, that's not how this works. Hold on a minute." She put me on hold and come back. Okay, I took care of it. Your money is back in your account, and I told them to go pound salt. So I won that battle. And that was the last thing I bought from Banggood. That was the end of it for me. I can't deal with people like that. They just kept asking me the same question, and they're doing it on purpose. They're just hoping I'll get frustrated and go away. So I have to talk to 13 different people, and each one of them asks me the exact same questions. Well, what exactly is wrong with it? What's this and what's that? And one tried to tell me it doesn't come with a motor. I said, yes, it does. I already got one. Listen, here's the order number. I got the airplane. It comes with a motor and a fan. You're trying to tell me it doesn't come with it? Yes, it does. I clicked the same button. I said, order again. Okay? And I didn't get the same airplane. So, no. And this went on and on and on and on and on. And I just was so frustrated with them. I wasn't going to give up. And so I finally, when I showed that last letter from PayPal that they sent me, that if I cancel my PayPal claim, they'll give me what I want. They said, "Oh no, that's not how this works," and they took care of it. And Michael Roach Coach on here. He had the same problem, same airplane. He had the same problem, and he fought with him too. And he was going to give up, and I said, "Don't give up. I got mine. Just keep fighting him. You'll get it." So he did. He kept fighting him, and he got it. He got his money back. I got to keep the airplane, and they did send me. They sent me the set of retracts and one wingtip light, no servos, a couple of wires, and I forget what else. It wasn't even close to being half what I needed to put the whole airplane together. So I got to keep all that stuff, and I got my money back. So it's a yellow airplane, which I didn't have a yellow one. So I have a green one. I think I have no, I was trying to order a red. You know what? I might have got a red one. Come to think of it. I'm sorry, guys. I have so many fucking airplanes in boxes. I don't even remember what all I have. I stumbled onto one the other day, like, oh shit, I forgot I bought that. I get good deals on shit, and I buy it, and then I forget I bought it. So, but it's here. I have it. I just don't remember I have it. So that was funny. I looked at that and started laughing. I said, I totally forgot I bought that. I was like, oh wow, that's cool. Yeah, I'm glad I found that. Just crazy shit. But yeah, I'm so sick of Banggood. It's not like you're buying a Rolex watch from too. You're buying, I don't want to call it garbage, but you're not buying expensive, high dollar stuff, And then they try to steal, the short sheet, change out of what you bought. It's so ridiculous. And that's the way Hobby King was. When they first started off, they were doing business the exact same way that Banggood does business. And they were losing money head over heels. And they finally figured out that, after going through like 12 CEOs, they finally figured out that customer service is the most important thing. And now Hobby King's awesome to work with. I have no complaints at all. I wouldn't. Hell, I didn't use them for 5 or 6 years. I got like I did with Banggood. I got fed up with them, and I stopped buying from them. And I didn't buy anything from them for years. And then I decided to give them a try again, and it was a whole new experience. Totally different. Now they care about you. They take care of you. They just don't leave you hanging. Sometimes they do if it's something like, for instance, my B-17 bomber. I don't know if you guys remember this, but it came with the wingtip lights, but there was no lens in one of them. The light was there, the bulb's there, and the housing is there, but there's a clear plastic lens that goes on the end, and it was missing on one wingtip. He sent me brand new wings, 2 brand new wings, because that's the only way they get it. And the new wings didn't come with them either. They weren't in the new wings. So I still didn't get, and they just said, well, we're sorry, but that's the only access to that particular part we have. And I'm like, okay. I wasn't happy about that situation, but, you can't call the manufacturer and say, hey, we need these lenses for the wingtips, that you're not putting in the planes all the time, and the spare parts that we get from you don't have them either. So we need those. Either offer them to us, separately or include them. What but we need them, and they didn't want to go that far, I guess. So I guess you just can't get everything, but yeah, Hobby King is so much different today than they used to be. Yeah, I bought 3 little tiny drones from Banggood, or not Banggood. I'm sorry, Temu. Come in a little zip pouch. It's all there. You get the little transmitter and the drone, and they have cameras on them and everything. They're FPV, and you can use your phone for the screen and fly them around. I was flying them inside the building here before I built this, and when I was using the green screen over here on the wall. I flew it out into the shop over there and back. And, you know, they're pretty cool. They were cheap. They were like $13. You know, came with 2 battery packs, I think. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it. So at R7MQ, is that how that goes? Welcome to the show. Thank you for the props there. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Yeah, that was fun. They're fine. They work. I wasn't complaining about them. I think I got my money's worth out of those. They fly good. They really do. They're the auto leveling and everything. They don't have any of that return to home or any of that. I mean, it's $13, guys. But yeah, they fly good. They're fun to fly around. They're perfect for indoor. I don't think I'd take them outside. Maybe on a very calm day, but in any kind of wind, they're going to blow away. So I don't take them outside. But yeah. They were Roy bands. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me a bit. Roy bands. Yeah, you never know what you're going to get from Banggood. That's why I quit. I don't even look there. I don't even want to know what they're offering. I avoid that like the plague. I haven't been on their website in years. I won't even go look. It's just not worth my time. It's a total waste of time. So you order from the manufacturer through Banggood. Okay, I don't know how to do that. I haven't tried that, but uh, High Tech used to sell a really nice FPV drone. Um, More of a quadcopter. It didn't have the auto, the launch and return to home and any of that. It was a it had stabilization. You had to fly it, and it had a nice camera on it and everything, and it came with a little TV monitor. But you could also, if you have good goggles, you can have it go to the goggles. And I bought 2 of them. Yeah, they were less than $100. I think they were normally like $400, and they had them on sale for $100. So I bought 2 of them, and I love that little thing. It's a decent size, maybe this big. It comes with this really cool looking sports car body that goes over it, and I painted it all up really cool. And that body got it's old and it got damaged. But I have another body, and that was still clear. I haven't painted that one yet. But yeah, that was a really nice by High Tech too. It's a good brand. Nice radio that came with it. It was a full size radio, not this little tiny bullshit. And yeah, it was really nice. I like that. I need to get the other one out and get it flying, because I use it for I did a video. I was flying in formation with a guy flying a plane, a jet. I can't remember if it was Tony, but it's probably Tony. And I'm on his wing, following like I'm in formation, like I'm a fighter jet with him, And all you can see is his jet and me I didn't have a cockpit looking out the canopy view. It's just a camera on it. So you don't see what I'm flying. But I followed him around for like 2 or 3 laps with that and recorded it. And it really came out good. It was really cool to do that. Um, I don't want to say it's the best. I like it a lot. You know, do I like it more than regular flying? I'd say even. I think it's great. You know, I really love flying FPV. Um, but I also like. See, I fly really low. You know, if you guys watch my videos, you know I'm not 50, 100 feet in the air. I'm coming right by myself at eye level because I love to look at my plane in flight. I want to look like I'm flying with it. You know, I want to watch it fly by. That's why I fly so low. As I just love looking at the plane while it's flying. And you can't see it when it's way the hell up there. So that's why I purposely fly so low. I'm not trying to show off or anything. I just want to see what I'm flying. I love, banking it as I go by. You know, they call it the, what do they call it? The photo pass? No, it's got another um, exhibition pass. I don't know. There's a name for it. I can't remember. But, and that's why I fly so low in my videos, because I want to look at my airplane. It's beautiful sitting on the ground, but I want to see it in the air. So flying it close to me, low to the ground, you can see it, fly by. And I love looking at that. I mean, I fly close enough to myself that I can see the pilot inside the plane. I mean, and I just love it. I love flying like that. So, but I love flying FPV too. It's a lot of fun. One day I was flying, sitting in my chair way over. I don't park. I'm not trying to be antisocial, but the trees in the main area where everybody parks, I don't park there. Mostly because the afternoon sun. These guys are all morning people, so by 2:00 they've all left. And the afternoon sun comes right in under the trees that they're under, and you're pointless to be under the trees at that point. So I'm way over here under another tree that's in the shade all day, and that's where I park. So I'm sitting over there in one of my chairs, and I'm flying FPV, and I flew over where there's picnic tables over where they all park over there. And I flew over and landed on one of the picnic tables right next to a bunch of people. They were at the next table over. And I just flew under the trees and right in there, and I landed on top of the table. And they all started laughing. They thought that was hilarious. Because I can hear them, and I'm looking at them on camera, and they're all laughing and cutting up about it. It was pretty funny. Yeah, well, that's the fun. That's the part I love about FPV is if you feel like you're flying a plane. I mean, you're literally, from a visual point of view, you are flying in an airplane, and I think that's super cool. That's why I say, but do I like it more than the other? No, but I think it's equal for me. I love both ways. I really do. I enjoy both of them. But it's fun to do that. And I used to, when we have days like on the 4th of July, we have a big picnic out there, and a lot of, I'm going to call them civilians, non-RC people show up just to eat, right? And I'll put the goggles on them so they can experience, because I got 2 sets of goggles. So I'll fly with, I usually give them the crappy ones first, and I fly with my, I'm going to call it the IMAX version, and I make them sit in a chair, because if you're standing up, you can get dizzy and fall down. So I make them sit down, and I put the goggles on them, and I say, okay, watch, and I fly around the field and do a couple of passes and around the tree, and they're like, oh wow, this is so great and everything, and then I swap, and I take the crappy glasses and I give them the good ones, and I said, okay, now watch, and I fly it around the same thing, and they really get that exposure to the the in cockpit view, and they love it. They think it's really cool. So I usually do that when I'm out there to get people I give them a show, you know, give them something to see besides coming out just to eat our food. So, yeah, I have some Fat Shark. I have 2 different Fat Shark goggles. Um, I think the first one I bought was I think they were named Altitude, I believe. It wasn't their bottom line one, but it was a step up from the bottom line one. And they're great. I mean, they're, you know, the screens are pretty small in your eye cups, and they're not, you know, the quality isn't great, but it's plenty good enough to fly. I mean, I could see fine. And then I bought the Dominators, I think is the name of the other ones, and that's got the big screens and the full blown color and everything, and those are really good. The Altitudes it comes with 7 frequencies on one band, I think. That's all you have. And the Dominators, you can put a card in it. You can change it to any frequency you want. There's all different kinds of cards. It's got that bay you snap the card into. And so I have both of those. And they work great. Both of them work great. As a matter of fact, the antenna range on the cheap ones are better than the good ones. Somebody lost one, not the field I fly at now, the old field I flew at. They lost their drone, their quadcopter. I don't like calling them drones. These aren't drones, these are quadcopters. And he lost it, and he didn't know where he was. And you're flying around the field. How can you not know where you were? I don't understand that. You know, you guys lose these things, and you don't know where you were. How do you not know where you were when you lost it? I mean, you were flying over something you were looking at on the ground, you know, because we have a race course we fly around, you know. So you didn't know where you was. So we're all walking around with our goggles on, hoping we're going to get a signal from it. And I got a signal. None of the other guys, they all had the high dollar Dominators and whatevers. And I got it. I found it, you know, on my cheapies. You know, I found it. I said, I got a picture over here, guys. I'm close. It's over here. I see it. So, and I got it. You know, the ground had a hump to it right there. You know, a real gradual high. And I only got the picture when I was on top of the hump. As I started walking toward it, because I figured out which direction it was, and as every time I started walking toward it, as I'm going down this little slope, I'd lose the picture. Even though I'm getting closer, you know, I'm losing the picture. So finally, you know, one of the Carl, my buddy that I sold him my plane and then he gave it back to me. He's a big tall guy, so he can jump over a fence easy. He's really tall. So he says, "Oh, screw this." He says, "It's got to be over here." So he just runs over that way, jumps over the fence, and just keeps going. He went right out to it. It was, I knew it was under a tree branch, a palm tree, because I could see the branch in the picture that I got. And so he just went right out to it and picked it up. He went right to it. You know, because we already told him, I know it's that way. And he just went right over the fence and got it. We were all laughing. But these guys, I had to give my goggles to everybody because they didn't believe me. I said, "Here." And they put them on. They said, "Oh my God, I can see it. Yeah, I can see the picture." I said, "Yeah, no, I got it. It's right here somewhere." And if I turned, you know, as I started, you know, turning and blocking it, you know, I could tell it's definitely over here. And so we found it. And then one day out here, right on my property, I've got an FPV course set up out here. If you haven't watched it, go to my channel and just type in backyard fun or backyard FPV something, and you'll find it. And then you can watch me fly through I've got hoops set up, and I fly through the hoops on the race course, and then I go up and I fly through a tree, and then back through a tree, and over the top of my trailer, and so you guys can get a bird's eye view of my property. Just go to my channel and type in backyard fun or something, and you'll find it. So I'm out here, and my buddy, we're racing around, and he loses it twice. And where were you? He says, "I don't know." I said, "How do you not know where you were?" Yeah, you know, what was the last thing in your view? What were you looking at? You know, and he can't remember or whatever. And it just cracks me up. So the first time you lost it, have any of you guys ever seen the movie Batteries Not Included? All right. If you've seen that, give me a thumbs up if you've seen that movie. Batteries Not Included. It's they're little drone creatures. They're, from another world. But they're the size of our toy drones, and they look like toy drones, and they're little saucers, and they got eyeballs, and they're I don't know, anatomic. I don't know the word I'm looking for. They're live. They're alive. I mean, they're living little, mechanical machines. This is before the Transformer movies. So one time in the movie, one of them is underneath. I don't remember if it was a pillow or just grass out in the yard, but he flew underneath this crap, and then he pokes his head up, and you see the two eyeballs, the headlight eyeballs, and he's underneath this, and that's exactly where Bob's drone was. Because we're trying to figure out where it was, and I said, "Well, did you go over the fence? No, it's on the course." So I walk over there, and I've got a bunch of areas where I've got tree moss. I got a lot of tree moss on the property, and it had gotten under tree moss. So when I walked over there, I could see the two headlights underneath the moss. It just reminded me of the movie. It cracked me up. I was laughing my ass off. I said, "Here it is." We're looking at it. I'm just laughing because it looked just like the scene in the movie from Batteries Not Included. And then we were flying, the same day later on, and he lost it again. And I'm like, "Oh God, Bob, where is it at this time?" And he had no idea where it was, none. So I finally, using the meter on the signal strength meter, and I put some foil to block the antenna to cut the range down. I was able to find it. It's over here, and it was at the south end of my property where the church is. I said, "It's over here. It's on the church property. I don't know if it's up in a tree or on the ground, but it's right here somewhere." So I told him, I said, "Listen, it's still plugged in. I've got a signal. Come back tonight, because there's lights on it. It's got on the board. There's little blue and red lights on the board." I said, "Come back tonight. We'll be able to see it." So he does, and we did. And it was way the hell up in this tree. Way the hell up in the tree. I'm like, "What the hell are you doing way up there?" Yeah, we're supposed to be flying through the hoops. The hoops are only 6 feet tall. What the hell are you doing at the top of the tree? So, but yeah, we found it. We could, at nighttime we looked up. We were walking around. I was looking on the ground first, and then I look on it. Well, there it is. I see this red and blue light right there. I was like, "Well, there it is." So the next day I went out there, and since I knew where it was, and I tied a piece of string to this big heavy wrench I have, and I started throwing the wrench up into the tree, and I was able to knock it down out of the tree. And it was so funny because I had gotten it down to the last branch. It had landed. It was an oak tree, and a big oak with these big branches at the bottom level. And it landed on. There was tree moss on that branch, and it landed on the branch, and it was sitting right there, and it was like, I don't know, maybe 10 feet high. It was just out of reach. And Bob finally got there, and he goes, "Did you get it? Did you get it?" And I said, Yeah, it's right there." I said, I got it out of the high part. It's right here on the low branch." And then I just tossed the wrench up there, and kind of like lassoed it. I think I threw it over the branch this way, and then I pulled it over and threw it back this way, and then I just yanked it, and it popped it right off the branch. and we got it back, and he was so happy to get it back. But yeah, it was just funny, you know. I always get care refresh when I get a DJI drone insurance. Oh, is that right? You get drone insurance? Yeah, that's what Bob needs. He loses them all the time. He got me to go out to the field. You know, I have one of these tiny little ones. The E-Flite ones. The tiny little, I forget what they called it now. And you can get it with or without the camera. And I bought one without the camera because I just fly it around in here. It's real tiny. It's like those, what do they call those? My buddy races these. Whippoorwills? I forget the name of these things. They're tiny little drones. They have propeller guards. So if you fly into a television or a lamp or whatever, it doesn't hurt anything. The propellers are, whoop. Yeah, maybe. Whoops. Is that, yeah, maybe they're called whoops. Yeah. Tiny whoops. Yeah, that's it. Tiny whoops. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, so it's about the size of a tiny whoop. And, so Bob tells me he lost one of his drones out at our old flying field. And it's a big field. And I'm like, where do you think he had no idea? None. Then he proceeds to tell me what he's looking for. And it's a little one, and mine's red. It's got a red body on it. So it's, you know, okay, well, maybe we'll see it because it's red. You know, oh, I don't have the body on it. Wait a minute. We're looking for one the size of this. It's all black, no red body on it, no lights on it because it's been dead for days. You know, you're kidding me, Bob. Do you really think we're going to find that out here? You're an idiot. You're just a fucking idiot. So he gets on the lawnmower that we used to cut the grass, and this is a 40-acre field. It's huge. And he's out there riding around on the mower looking for it. So while he's doing that, I got my regular size quadcopter, and I took off. And while he was going that way and not seeing me, I flew it way over in this area over here, and I landed it out there on purpose, way the hell out. I landed it out there, and then when he turned around, I motioned him over. Then I handed him my radio. I said, I lost my drone. Go find it. And he says, what do you mean you lost it? I purposely lost my drone so you can go find it. And he just looks at me and smiles. He goes, well, how am I said, watch the meter. And obviously, if the meter's getting stronger, you're getting closer. And if you're going away, it's getting weaker, okay? I'm going to show you how to find this shit when you lose it. I said, so here, go find it. Well, what part I'm not telling you shit. Just go find it. So he's got the radio in his hand. He gets on the lawnmower and he starts riding off. And I see him. All of a sudden he stops and then he goes this way, and then he goes back this way. You know, and he's figuring it out, right? So now he's headed for it. He's going the right way, but he still ain't there yet. He's got it. You know, he knows it's this part of the field, but he doesn't know if it's this way or that way yet. So he goes past it, right? So he knows he's past it because the signal got weaker. So he turns around and he comes back, and then he turns the wrong way, and he goes that way, and okay, it's getting weaker. So he knows he's going wrong. He turns around and he comes back this way to the point where the signal's at 100%. He's on top of it, literally. So he shuts the mower off, gets off the mower, and doesn't walk 2 feet, and there it is, and he picks it up. I said, okay, now you know how to find yours when you lose it, because yours will do the same thing, okay? This is how you find it. And he was amazed that that worked. It never occurred to him that that's how he could find it. So, but I did that on purpose just to fuck with him, because I'm like, you know, I mean, I love Bob to death, but he is just he's a bozo. He really is. He's fun, though. He's a lot of fun. We spend the entire day laughing all day long. He's just a lot of fun. So, you're going to call him Merlin? It's a good name for a dog. I like that name. Are you going to teach him to find your drone when you lose it so you don't need the insurance anymore? Yeah, just him, tell him, put a scent on it. Spray put your cologne on it so he can smell that, and then tell him to go find it. Oh, you've got the Avio Spitfire. Yeah, I've got two of those. Yeah, I wouldn't buy them at the full price. They were almost $400. I'm like, I'm not paying that. And then when the desert version one came down to like $160 or something. So I bought two. And I left one. I think it's still over here. So I left the desert color, but I changed the cowl because I hated that scoop underneath it. That was stupid. And then the other one I repainted green and brown like a standard Spitfire before I put the decals on it. That one's over there in the rack. And the tan one I've never flown. I never finished putting it together, but I did remake the cowl. And I put the scoop back on it, but I made it much smaller, much narrower, and I put it way back by the wing where it's supposed to be, not up by the propeller, angled upward. It looked ridiculous on there. So I decided I'd make one look a little different. So see, you always name your dogs after something World War II, is that right? That's funny. All right, guys. What else you want to talk about? Anything good? Got anything new? Any exciting new stuff coming out that anybody knows about? I haven't had time to even go shopping for RC stuff. Um, Trying not to buy anything else. After all the cars I bought recently, I'm not out of money, but I'm past where I want to be, so I'm just not buying anything else. I got to spend money on this. I got to stop. I've got all the cars I want. Well, not all. There's probably one more I want. I'd like to get a Challenger, a new Challenger, new era Challenger. It have to be brand new. Anything, 2010, I think is when or 09 or 10, when the Challenger, the new version came out. Anything from there all the way to current, I don't care. They all look good to me. I don't care. I really like the new dash, and I think that came out in 12. The new dash, I really like that. So I kind of want one at least that new. It's either 12 or I think it's like 12 or 13, somewhere around there. when it came out with the new dashboard. So I'll keep looking. I'm not in any hurry for that. I'll find one. There's a million of them out there. So the G8 was, they're getting hard to find. Because there's more and more of them getting wrecked. And they didn't make. I figured it out. The total number of G8s, the PPV, the police pursuit vehicle from Holden, which is the same chassis again, but it's got the Caprice body on it. So you got the G8 body, the Caprice body, and then the SS body. And the total number of vehicles, all years, is 66,000 cars. That's it. That's all they made that came to the U.S. So right about 60, I don't have the exact number, but 66,000 cars is the total number of Pontiacs, Chevy Caprices, and Chevy SSs. So that's not a big, range of automobiles. So you got to wonder, how many aftermarket companies are even going to bother to make parts for these cars? There are that did, but you got to think, when you're talking tens of thousands of cars, Dodge Chargers, and then a niche of 66,000 total over from 09 to 17 is the year spread. So from 09 is the first year, or I'm sorry, 08. I think 08 was the first. Now, I'm not talking about the GTO, because the GTO is a different platform. That's a two-door. The four-door cars. So the first one came out in 08 was the G8. And they only ran that 2 years, 08, 09. And then the PPVs came out in, I think, 11. And they ran, I think, to 13. I think. And then the SSs ran from, I think, from 11 to 17. So that's the total years of cars that they made, and the total number for all years, all cars, is about 66,000 that were brought to the U.S. So it's a pretty small number. So that's why I was kind of getting more aggressive, looking for a G8 before they're all ruined, before they're all wrecked, gone, or junk. And the one I got's pretty good. It ain't perfect, but it's pretty good. It's in pretty good shape. I repaired the seat in it yesterday. Well, actually 2 days ago. It was up on the lift. I didn't get it out the lift until today. But the passenger seat had a very small tear in it. About an inch. Maybe an inch and a half. It was a very small little tear right in the middle of the seat. So I bought this leather repair kit. And it came with, 15 different tubes of colors to make the color to match. And these seats are black, but they're more of a black gray. They're not real dark, deep black. They're a lighter black, almost gray. So I mixed some black and white together and got the right color. And they give you this material, and I cut an oval, probably 2 inches by an inch. Okay? And I rounded it so it didn't have square corners. And I slid it under the, inside the slit, and got it up under there and centered it underneath so that the fabric had something to glue to. And then I took the slathering of the black and white it comes with a little spatula, and I started painting the white piece of fabric I put underneath with this stuff, and got a good layer of it. And of course, it's getting on the bottom, corresponding to the top of the two halves where the slit is, And I just got it all gooped up in there as much as I could, and pushed it down and wiped off the excess. And I put a piece of plastic basically the bag that when you buy a new FMS airplane or an E-Flight plane, and it comes with the instruction book in a plastic bag. I took one of those. It's the very same thing, and I set it over top of it, and then I put a big paver brick on top of it and let it sit there for 2 days, gluing that back together and down. And it came out really good, not perfect, really good. I'm going to have to sand it a little bit. There's a tiny little area where it's poked up, and you can feel it. When you run your hand over it, you can feel that little. So I'm going to take some sandpaper. I'm going to sand that down to get it smooth. And then they tell you to do this, and then they tell you to fill in any imperfections, mix up another batch, and put it over top and to finish it off. So that's what I'm going to do. And you can see it. It's not perfect, but it's gonna, it'll keep it from ripping any farther, and it looks much better than the rip. Even though the rip wasn't that noticeable, but it's just knowing that now it's fixed. It's not going to rip again or rip more, and so that was pretty good. So I'm going to give it a couple of good days to dry, and then I'm going to just take some, like 100 grit sandpaper, maybe some 220. And go in there and just start scuffing the leather. Actually, I think it's a vinyl seat. I don't think it's leather. It's very thick. It could be leather, but I'm not sure that it's leather. And I'm going to sand that down till I can't feel that anymore. That little piece that's stuck up. And then I'm going to mix up another batch and smooth it all over. And I'm not going to cover it this time because it's already glued together. I'm just going to fill in any little, there's a couple of tiny spots that are a little low, and I'm just going to fill it all in, smooth it out with the spatula until it looks good, and then I'm just going to leave it alone until it dries, and that'll be good enough. They're perforated seats. Of course, I'm filling in the perforations with the spatula, so it's going to be noticeable, but it doesn't look bad at all. But you're going to notice it, but it doesn't look bad, and it feels good, so you'll never know it when you sit on it. Why couldn't you get out of the car? Oh yeah. I said sand. Why you want to watch me sand something? I can work on the G8 if you want me to work on that. I can do that. Yeah. Or I could work on the 300. We could kind of sand on this a little bit. This is way too aggressive sandpaper for this, but we'll just do it lightly. Yeah, I need a wet sand that. Kool-Aid? No, it's actually I'm drinking. This is it's a health. It's not Ocean Spray Cranberry, but it's the same thing, different brand. But it's an Ocean Spray It's a same kind of drink. It's a cranberry grape. It's only got 10 calories. I believe it's sugar free. 10 calories. And it helps. I got to tell you, I hadn't been drinking this. It's hard to find it at the Dollar Tree. That's where I get it at. It's only $1.25 a bottle, and it's at least a quart. It might be bigger than a quart, but it's a pretty good sized bottle for $1.25. And when I drink this, my legs stop hurting. So I'm guessing the cranberry is got some medicinal purposes to it, because my legs have been killing me lately, and I've been drinking nothing but my zero soda, Coke Zero, Diet Coke Zero. Well, actually, I don't think they call it Diet Coke anymore. I think they just call it Zero. But yeah, I've been drinking that, and I've been having a lot of pain in my legs. And this is, since I've been drinking this for 2 days straight now. No diet soda, just this. And my legs feel better. So it's good. I like it. Just the Dollar Tree that's right across the street from me, or literally I could walk to it. They haven't had it. So I've been buying it when I went to the bank. Each time I went to the bank to get money to go buy these cars I've been buying, there's a Dollar Tree over there, and they have it. So I've been buying it in cases. There's 8 bottles in a box, and I just buy a whole box. And so the other day I was out. I had to go get something stupid. Oh wow. Yeah, so I sanded that paint. It's all over my fingers. Because when you scratch the surface, it comes off on your hands now. I got it all over my hand. I had to go get something cheap, something silly. I don't remember what it was. I don't know, like tape or something. I don't remember what exactly I went there for, but I didn't go there for that. But I checked while I was there, and they had it. And, so I bought another box of it. So now I have a box and a half. I drank the other ones, but and I think I'm going to go back over there tomorrow and buy. They had another box. I think I'll go buy another box while they have it, because this one by me, the manager of this place sucks. He doesn't take care of the store at all. The store's filthy dirty. There's shit everywhere, and they don't even put that stuff on a shelf anymore. They just have it piled up, stacked up behind the door that leads to the back room where they keep the rest of the inventory. And so I hadn't been buying it there, but I decided to go over there. The store was much cleaner. They might have a new manager over there. The store was much cleaner. It's still stacked up behind the door, but they had the cranberry grape. So I grabbed a box. And I think there was another box under the box I took, if I remember. So I might go back and get that one too. Sounds addictive now. No, it's not addictive. It's just not, for having health properties, it's not bad to drink. I mean, it's not like one of those things that I need to drink this, but it tastes horrible. It's not that at all. It tastes pretty good. So it's not like I have to force myself to drink it. It's fine. I could live on that if I had to. If that was the miracle drink that was going to keep me alive, I could easily drink that the rest of my life. No problem. It's pretty good. So yeah, I'd have no problem with that. Whereas, some of the shit they want you to drink, like, I don't know, grapefruit juice. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I could do it, but I wouldn't exactly like it, but I could do it. Jonah, your in-laws adopted you. Really? Is this that wife you hate? The parents love you? Is that what you're saying? The ex-wife. Let me correct myself. The ex-wife you hate, and you've called her all kinds of names on here. Her parents love you. Is that what I'm reading here? They adopted you? You said the same thing about oral meth once. Once. They don't like her at all. Yeah, I know that feeling. And the girlfriend I had that died, Linda, she had a daughter that it was just nothing but nothing. I mean, just in trouble, in jail all the time. Just, oh my God. So she has one biological son and one biological daughter, and the daughter's a piece of crap. And then she's got an adopted boy and an adopted girl, and they're wonderful. So, but her own flesh and blood just absolutely wants nothing to do with her. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Michael. I forgot the whore wife. Yeah, that's who he means. That was one of the names he calls her. Attempted murder on her. Wait a minute. We got to make a correction here. Juno, if she's a whore wife, then she's charging people. Is she charging people or is she a slut? Which is it? Oh. Michael Bear, I want to talk to you about some of these airplane crashes again. We have to. I got to call you. We got to talk. I just can't believe that there's actual pilots in the world that are this stupid. You know, how did they ever get a pilot's license? Oh my God. Yeah, well, I guess I was going to go there with it. You nailed it. I was going to go there. I mean, they're paying one way or the other. So we'll stick with horror. Yeah, I guess horror's a better because they're definitely paying for it one way or another. Yeah, I will, Mike. I just been kind of busy and stuff, and you'll be flying tomorrow. Let's see, what time are you going to be home tomorrow? Like 3 o'clock? You'll be home by then? 3 or 4 o'clock? Maybe I'll call you after that. We can do a Zoom call even if you want. That'll be more fun. We can show and tell at the same time. Yeah, no, I don't think you can fake a commercial pilot's license. Um, I don't know. Mike could answer that, but it's not like getting a CDL license. It's way more scrutinized than that. Okay, that's fine, Mike. That'll work. We can do it then. If we do it tomorrow, I don't know. I might be I might get really involved out here and forget about it. It's nothing crucial or anything. Just I'm watching all these. There's so many guys on YouTube now covering all these airplane crashes and shit, and I'm just like, how in the world? Um, you downloaded the Zoom app today, did you, Mike? Oh, good. Then you and I can have a Zoom call. Hey, maybe the three of us will have a three-way call tomorrow. How about that? We'll just get on a Zoom session tomorrow. We can all hang out and do show and tell while we're talking. Um, I believe that, Phil. They say money can't buy happiness. Bullshit. If you've got money and you're not happy, you're not trying. That's simple as that. There's just no way that if you've got money, you can't be happy. There's just no way. I mean, even if it's fake happiness, on their end, you can definitely buy happiness. So, um, so, I think I'm not sure how to read that, Mike. I think, Philip, I think we have a naysayer here. Michael, are you telling me you're not happy with those beautiful cars you have and everything? You're not happy? What? Hold on. Oh no, I didn't say that. No, I didn't. I didn't say that at all. Um, so your money makes a single life great. I got you. You're very happy. Okay, so I didn't know which way to read that. I wanted to make sure I got it right. Okay, so you're not a naysayer. You're on board with us. Good. Well, that's true, but you can buy if you've got enough money, you can buy your health. I mean, if you've got enough money, they can cure AIDS. Okay, totally. You know, one of the ball I don't know if it was Michael Jordan or one. I don't know what one of them. I don't know who it was, but one of them did. Yeah, he bought happiness. He bought his life back. So if you've got enough money, you can get anything, including your health. You know, you just have to have money. You know, when you can fly to anywhere in the world to see any doctor to have whatever procedure you need done at any cost, you know, there's your health. You get your health back because I've read it over and over again. that people with money have gotten, incurable diseases cured. So, well, that's true too. You know, and even if you can't fix the problem, you can be happy till the problem takes you. So, for sure. Um, yeah, no, Michael, you've already made that. You've been preaching that. Ken Berry. If you listen to Ken Berry, that doesn't even cost any money, and you can get yourself away from a heart attack and a stroke, right? I mean, you know, there's doctors out there. Listen, I've been watching a lot of this lately. All these new strains of, I don't want to call it a virus, some kind of thing inside of us that now the new one. If you're overweight, you got your swollen legs, whatever. There's some kind of thing that's attached to our liver or your colon, or I don't know. And all you have to do is mix cinnamon into apple cider vinegar and drink it, and it flushes that thing out of your system. Have you guys seen that one? Seriously? That's all it's going to take to cure me? I just have to mix a little cinnamon with some apple cider vinegar. Um, so, yeah, I just, every day it's a new way to fix it. You know, Erectile dysfunction. That's the funniest one because there's this pink salt mixed with apple cider vinegar, baking soda, and one other secret ingredient, and then it's Vicks Vapor Rub mixed with baking soda and apple cider. And every day they have a new celebrity, The Rock or Stallone or uh, Rob Lowe. Who else? All these celebrities are supporting this bullshit, right? And and it's just, oh my god. What's his name? God, I can't think of his name. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So obviously it's AI, fake. These guys are literally getting on camera and telling this shit, but the story keeps changing though. The ingredients keep changing, and this one, it's, oh my god, it's just hilarious. And in 2 minutes, I'm going to tell you how to make this right here at home. But first, let me tell you, and then just click on the button below and watch that short video. That short video is over 2 hours long. Yeah, I had it on out here while I was working on a car. I wasn't watching it. I just wanted to see how long it would run. It ran over 2 hours. It's short video. And they just keep saying the same thing over again, using different words to mean the same thing, to try to keep you interested. And it's just, I guess they just want watch time. These guys are getting rich to keep you in suspense for 24 hours with their gibberty jabber. They're saying nothing. They're not telling you anything. They just keep saying the same thing a different way. That I'm gonna, in a minute, I'm gonna tell you how we're, this, but and they never get to the point. They never do. It's just, I'm over it. It's so fucking stupid. It's ridiculous. Jonah, they're exactly right. Yeah, that's one of the things. Yeah, they want you to take that for something. Yeah, I forget which one that was for, but yep, seen that ad too. Yep, yeah. We're supposed to take. I don't know. I got to start writing this shit down. I guess so. I remember how it's, but it's just hilarious. But apple cider vinegar is the cure all because that's almost in every single cure. It involves baking soda and apple cider vinegar. Those two are, the cure all for everything. All right, Michael Bird, we'll see you, man. Have a good night. Well, you'll be back in a couple hours. We'll probably still be here. I don't know. It's almost 1 o'clock. Maybe not. Maybe we won't be here. We're down to 7. They're dropping like flies. But maybe. You never know. You just never know with this show. All right, have a good sleep there, Mike. Have a good nap. We'll see you. We'll see you. Maybe we'll see you. I watch a lot of YouTube. I try not to watch a lot of Facebook, but I keep getting sidetracked. I'm on there usually in Marketplace, and then I'll get a message that sidetracks me, that sends me down another path, and then I'm off onto another tangent for some damn thing. And I end up watching some stupid video, and then there's that ad. And, and then that ad I have to laugh. I can't believe how many different ads from so many different celebrities with so many different versions of the same thing. It's just like, you're all full of shit. Every one of you. You're just all full of shit. Or car insurance. Okay, yeah. Yeah, click this link and save 80% on your car insurance. Yeah, right. I'm like, you guys are all fucking liars, every one of you. Yeah, Juno, just go on YouTube and Ken Berry. Um, he's got some very interesting topics he talks about. Very interesting views. He's pretty good. He's a very likable guy, and he doesn't talk out both sides of his mouth. He's got a formula or um, been just studying Napoleon. Why? What? Why would you? What is fascinating about Napoleon? I know nothing about Napoleon, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is something interesting about him. What drew you in on Napoleon? What was the thing that grabbed you and said, "Oh God, I got to watch this"? Because I don't know anything other than he's shorter than me. That's all I know about Napoleon is he's shorter than me, and that's saying something. Yeah, pour apple cider vinegar on your dick. Exactly. It'll be rock hard for weeks. Yeah, that's about the size of it. And don't forget the baking soda, though. You know, yeah. Pour the cider on first, then powder up with the baking soda, and you're good. Oh God. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Mike. It's happening. Maybe it's not happening any more frequent than it used to. It always has, but we're being made aware of it now because with social media. I mean, you can't go outside and take a whiz behind a tree in your own yard without making the news because everybody's got a cell phone and they're taking pictures because nobody will mind their own business. So, but yeah, and that's what ends up. Everybody's a reporter now. Everybody's Walter Cronkite now. And they take their phone, they take it out, videotape something, put it on YouTube. Flash. This just happened. Yeah, I don't carry any weight as anybody important, Michael. So nobody's going to watch my video. Okay, Now I guess I could make an AI video of, I don't know, uh, who's the most popular in Hollywood right now, and have him promoting apple cider vinegar and baking soda, and get millions of views and a lawsuit probably. But yeah, that's one of the ones I wanted to talk to you about. Um, well, I talked to Michael Bird about. Yeah, Biffle's crash was this stupid. Totally, you know, that was so wrong in so many ways. And even after they found out what the problem was, they still crashed the airplane. They already had figured out what was wrong. They forgot to turn the alternators on or the generators. Okay, they turned them on. Everything fixed. Plane's flying fine, but they still have this urgency to get it on the runway. Why didn't they just fly off? I mean, fly out. Follow procedure for Christ's sake. Runway heading. Climb to altitude. Mayday, mayday, mayday. I need help. I need vectors to Charlotte somewhere. Why didn't they follow fucking protocol? I mean, I'm not even a pilot, and I would have known how to handle that. And I know how to fly by instrument. I have flown so many thousands of hours on Flight Sim on my computer using nothing but the gauges. Okay? And, when a ex-commercial pilot is flying someone and does everything wrong the way he did to kill that Biffle and his whole family, just makes me sick. Absolutely sick. I just don't understand it. It made that accident made no sense to me at all. Um, no, everything didn't went wrong. They did everything wrong. The plane was fine. There was nothing wrong with the airplane. They didn't follow the checklist. Okay, when they started the engines, they didn't follow the checklist. They forgot to turn the generators on, and that was giving them erroneous figures on the dashboard. Okay, and it all started because the one engine didn't start the first time. So they went to the other one, started it, then went back to that one, started it, and it all worked and everything. But they forgot to turn the generators on, so they weren't getting power till the gauge is correct, the correct voltage, which was throwing everything off. And then they panicked, but then they finally fixed it, and they said it. He said it on the radio. They have that recording. Is that all it was? And then they crashed it anyway. I mean, what? Oh my God! Oh God, that just drives me nuts. That one pisses me off almost as bad as the DC crash with the helicopter. Those two things are the two in my mind right now that absolutely are pissing me off. So, Did you know? Would you watch one of Ken Berry's videos? Is that what you're talking about? Wasn't that what uh, that's what they said was the problem, was that they had forgotten to turn the generators on. I mean, you're going to get the master caution light, which everybody just cancels, right? Every time the master caution light comes on, everybody just cancels it immediately before they even look to see what it's about. So yeah, just oh yeah, the slackline one too. I still don't understand that one. We got to get more information on that one. You know, who put the line up? Why did he put it up? Did he have permission to put it up? I've heard some conflicting stories here, but I heard one where the guy that owns the property never gave anybody permission to put the slack line up. But I don't think that's been confirmed. So yeah, there's a lot going on with that one that doesn't make sense. So I can't wait to hear more about that one. But the DC one with the helicopter and the jet, 15,000 incidents, 15,000 recorded incidents, close call, and nobody thought that 75 feet was an unacceptable separation between a helicopter and an aircraft. 75 feet. That's it. I mean, you can't even taxi within 75 feet of another airplane on the ground, let alone fly in the air that close to somebody else. I don't get it. It just, who the fuck why did the FAA never change that? Why did all these people have to die in a jet before they did anything about that? It makes no sense. Well, now that's good. That's interesting, Michael. That's good to see. This is why I want to talk to you. All right, so maybe that's what they did. Instead of turning the igniters off, they turned the generators off, and then they thought they had an engine out because the gauge just went wacko. So maybe that's exactly what it was. I didn't know the switches were right next to each other. But yeah, it's the stupidity that they fixed it and still flew the plane into the ground. That's the part I don't understand. Because the guy on the radio, he said on the radio, is that all it was? Not on the radio, on the cockpit voice recorder. Is that all it was? So they had already fixed the problem. Everything was reading correctly, and they still flew the plane into the ground. Why were they in a hurry to get back on the ground? If all the gauges were reading correctly now, and we don't have that problem anymore, whatever they thought they had, what was the urgency to get back on the fucking ground at that runway? I mean, even if, forget all of that. Forget all that bullshit. Just, what is procedure? Runway heading, climb to 3,000 or whatever. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Isn't that not procedure, Michael? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Runway heading, 3,000 feet, mayday, mayday, mayday. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but isn't that procedure? I don't, what the fuck? They never even called for help at all. Well, again, that's why it's that guy wasn't qualified to be a single pilot in that airplane. He shouldn't have been flying it. All right, he didn't have the rating for a single pilot in the citation. He had to have a co-pilot that was, qualified, not his son that only holds you know, I think he had an instrument, you know, I don't know. He didn't have near enough to be in the right seat. Yeah, I listened to Juan Brown. Yeah, Bronco Lirio. Yep, I listened to all of them. Hoover, um, Bronco Lirio, um, Mover and Gonky. Sometimes I listen to Grider. Sometimes. Um, right, but you had to get checked out and get that stamped on your license that you are single pilot qualified for the citation. Now, because Grider said he is, and he showed it on camera that he has that certification on his license, and the guy that was flying the plane did not have that. He was not certified to be flying a citation single. He had to have a co-pilot, and he didn't. A certified co-pilot. So, I don't know, Juno. So there's somebody that's literally saying Juan's wrong on every video. I haven't seen that yet. Yeah, it's Dan Grider, isn't it? You need three jet engines. I don't blame you. Why not? So what is that? A check ride you go every year, Michael, to get that you get signed off on that? You have to go for a check ride and a citation and to keep your certification for single pilot. Yeah. Dan Grider plays a guitar and a banjo and something else. Yeah, he's trying to be a musical show. I like Dan a lot as a pilot. I don't like his show. Um, Before he started his own show, when he was a guest on one show or somebody else's, he spoke very intelligently. He had great idea, great input. And then he started his own show and tried to make a variety show out of it. And then he started getting adverse. I don't kind of an adverse kind of guy. I don't know. So I don't enjoy his show as much now than before he had started his own show. I really liked the guy before then. I mean, his DC-3 training and stuff was just superb. I mean, he was interviewing pilots in the, at the airport, and asking them how, what do you do in this situation? I think one of the ones he asked was, is it better to be basically, it wasn't worded this way, I don't think, but it was basically, he asked all these pilots, is it better to be trained to um, is it better to be trained to avoid this situation, or is it better to be trained to um, recover from the situation? In other words, he was asking pilots whether they felt it was better to know what to do so you're never in that situation, or is it better to know what to do if you get in that situation? You see, where I'm going with that? I don't remember how he worded it, but that was what he was asking. And it was amazing how many pilots had different opinions. It wasn't across the board everybody had the same opinion. Yeah, it was very mixed, and that surprised me. I don't know about that one. A 737 setting the SAV airport on fire after a blown engine. What's SAV? Yeah, I don't know if I saw that one. I kind of remember that, but I don't think I've watched the whole video. I'll have to go look at that one again. This whole discussion just brought up a topic I wanted to talk about, and I wanted you guys to respond to it. And let me think a minute. I want to ask this. I have to remember what it was. I'm having a senior moment. um, oh, the MH 370, the jet, the lost jet. You guys know what I'm talking about? It's been lost for 10 years. They can't, never found the jet. Oh, you were talking about. Were you talking about Aviation? No, you said SAV. Savannah. Okay, all right. What's your thought on that one, Michael Bear? It's Malaysian. Flight 370, the missing jet. What do you? I got something I want to share with you guys. You're not going to believe this. Yeah, that one. MH370. Yep, that one. So all the course corrections and shutting down their transponders, and you think the plane had lipo batteries explode and destroy the jet? That's your thoughts on this? Okay, but the plane's not anywhere near the flight path it was supposed to be on. Because if it was flying where it was supposed to go, they would have found the jet. It turned around and went this way. They've got all this radar footage of it. The military had it over here and over there, and I mean, you know. Oh, I understand. The lipos can make a big fire, but this airplane didn't. There's way too much going on with Flight 370 that would just a lipo fire. Now that could have happened, but that's not what. Why did the plane change course, shut its transponder down? And why have they been able to track it all up and down the ocean and around and you know? So here's what I know. Okay, I'm going to tell you what happened to me over that jet. So I'm watching a video, unrelated to the jet, but then it is, and I'll explain. So Rolls-Royce has a transponder on every airplane that has their engines. Hijacked by one of the flight crew. Possibly. That's possible. So Rolls-Royce has a transponder on board every jet that has their engines on it that gives them feedback of what those engines are doing the entire time they're running. All right? That stuff is sent back to Rolls-Royce on every airliner, on every flight, while the engine's running. That data is being sent to Rolls-Royce. I watched a Rolls-Royce video. Okay? So, and when I heard that, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting that why haven't we gone to Rolls-Royce and asked them for the footage on that jet? What happened? Because obviously, if the engines were rolled back for landing, they would know that. Or if they rolled back slowly because they ran out of fuel, they would know that. Or if they stopped instantly because it crashed into the ground, they would know that. They would have that information. So how come we've never heard about this? How come nobody's ever talked about what Rolls-Royce had to say about Flight 370? So I'm getting there. So wait, there's more. So there was an interview with a woman whose fiance was on board that jet that said that she got a phone picture from inside his pants, a pocket. You know, he took a picture while his phone was in his pocket. And the data, now, I don't know if any of this is true, this part, but I'm getting to the part that is true because I experienced it. And the data on that phone shows you where the phone was, you know, transponder-wise, you know, GPS. The GPS coordinates of where the phone was when that picture was taken, which was supposed to be at Diego Garcia, is where that the coordinates were. Now, I don't know if that was true or not either, okay? But I contacted that woman, okay, on Facebook. And I sent her a message. Listen, Rolls-Royce, and I sent her the video clip. You know, here's the link to the video. And I told her, if you don't want to watch the whole video, just go to, you know, 1 minute and, you know, or 13 minutes into the video, wherever that particular part was that talked about how they're getting signals from the engines. And I said, watch this, because there's no way that we don't know what happened to that airplane. At least, I don't know where it is, but we should be able to know whether it throttled back to land, ran out of fuel, or crashed. We should know those from the data they have from those engines, what happened. It either ran out of gas, it throttled back and landed somewhere, or it crashed. We should know that. So I told her that. So she sends me a message back telling me that this is fascinating. I'm looking into this. I'm contacting Rolls-Royce. Okay? And then Facebook pulls the plug on our conversation. They break my connection with her. They tell me that they thought this was some kind of a threat to my security. We have blocked her from your page. This is what's happening to me on Facebook. We have blocked her from your channel to protect you from, you know, and same thing with her. And we've never been able to speak again. All right? I've never been able to contact her again. Now, what the fuck happened that Facebook decided that we were not allowed to converse anymore after we're talking about how you can tell what happened to these fucking engines, right? What the fuck? You know? So, yeah, no shit, that's weird. All right? So, I struck a nerve. I was onto something that got somebody excited to get me flagged off of Facebook with this woman. Yeah, well, obviously it wasn't a conspiracy theory, Juno. I was talking to this woman over this airplane crash about her fiance, and Facebook pulled our plugs, both of us. No, this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is what happened, okay? Why did it happen? That's the conspiracy theory. I don't know why, other than I must have struck a nerve. I mean, why else would they block us from talking to each other anymore? You know? There's no reason. I'm not anybody important, neither is she. You know, we're not changing the world. We're not. All I was explaining how somebody knows. You know, this isn't some fucking mystery. Somebody must know at Rolls-Royce, right? And they pulled the plug. You know, made sure that neither one of us could talk to each other ever again. So, yeah, our phones use satellite. Of course they do. You got a GPS on your phone, don't you? Right? Where do you think it's getting the signals from? From a satellite. Yeah, our phones talk to satellites all the time. That's exactly how our GPS works. Okay? So, yeah, you know. So anyway, that's what happened in my life over that damn jet. That I've never been able to solve that mystery. I haven't really been trying, but it just makes me think, what the fuck? You know, I stepped in some shit, and if I don't leave it alone, I'm probably going to be dead. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that was the weirdest fucking thing that I brought that up about her husband or her fiance, and why don't we know what those engines were doing on that airplane? Because this can only be one of three things. It either ran out of fuel, it throttled back to land, or it crashed. And the engines would stop immediately. If they hit the water, they're going to stop immediately. Okay? They're not going to throttle back So, and that data would have been sent to Rolls-Royce and they would know. So we're not getting the facts at all on this damn airplane. And I don't know why. There's another theory about the people that were on the plane. There was a group of people that had come up with something. I don't remember what it was. A device or a program or something. And they were part of a company, and I don't remember the company. I don't remember any of the details. At the time, it was interesting, and then I forgot about it. But there were only one or two people on the plane that were involved in this group that was going to be worth billions, okay? And everybody on the plane died, right? Or disappeared, leaving the one person or the two people left to hold the whole keys to the madness, the magnificent billions. Were the only two people left that could collect on it, because all the rest of them died on that airplane. I don't know if any of that's true either, but it's just another conspiracy theory. Yeah, I could get, I'd be a casualty of the CIA. So I don't know. I've followed this thing extensively for a long time, and then I've kind of backed off of it because I don't know. I mean, without calling Rolls-Royce myself and asking them, and probably getting hung up on, because Facebook basically hung up on me and this woman. So I think I was onto something that they didn't want us to pursue any further. That's the only time in my life I've ever had a plug pulled on me on Facebook. Okay? I mean, they just pulled the plug. We're ending this conversation. This looks like a threat to... I don't need you to police my threats. I'm a big boy. I can take care of my own threats. That's what I sent to Facebook. I told them how pissed off I was that they pulled the plug on that. No response. Didn't hear anything from them. Nothing. So... Yeah, my prop balancing videos are going to disappear soon. No, my whole channel's going to disappear after what we just talked about, because I brought this touchy subject back up. You watch. Now my whole channel will disappear. Yeah, I don't know. It's just something that's been sticking to me. Now, the Mover Gonky show, Gonky was on duty that night. He was in the air when that all took place in an F-18. And apparently he's been following this very extensively because he was there. And I've been in contact with him. I've been trying to take him RC flying. So we've been corresponding. So I sent him that message about this incident, and he hasn't replied to me yet. Now, did he not get the message? Because he talked about how much he's following this, and he knows a whole lot about the MH370, because he brought it up on a show, and when he did, I responded to him. I sent him another email saying, hey, I want to tell you about what happened to me, the story I just told you guys. And he hasn't responded. Now, he doesn't usually respond right away, so I'm not thinking anything yet. He doesn't check his mailbox that often. Weeks. I think even a month. His brother lives here in Tampa. He comes down here to Tampa all the time to go motorcycle riding with his brother. So I'm hoping the next time he comes down here, we get together, go flying. But so I'm sure I'll hear, I'll hear from him sooner or later, and then we'll be able to sit down and talk about this, or have a Zoom or something. But yeah, so yeah, that was something that happened to me over the MH370 flight that I to this day can't answer you. Why did Facebook pull our plug? What was, I mean, was I getting close to figuring something out that I shouldn't be figuring out, or I don't know. I don't know. Was that true about him taking a picture in his pocket so that they had a GPS, reading of where he was, and he was at Diego Garcia, that the plane landed there? I don't know. Yeah. And where's the plane now? I mean, if it landed somewhere, is it hidden in a hangar someplace? Is it that, oddly enough, that same exact type jet became a restaurant right down the road from, I think, where its destination was. A restaurant put that exact same model jet in the parking lot, attached to the building or something, as a restaurant. And I laughed over that. I'm like, well, there's the jet. We found it. This big mystery. I've solved it. There it is. But anyway, I don't know. But all this stuff that goes on in the aviation world is just beyond belief. Just beyond belief that this kind of crap is going on. I don't know. I just don't get it. So anyway, this is why I shared that little story, because whatever happened on Facebook, I don't have an answer for, but that was the weirdest thing for that to happen. Dr. Google? Yeah, what's his name has talked about that. Kermit Weeks has talked about that on several occasions, because he has a Connie sitting at his place. And he's brought up about the TWA Cocktail Lounge, where they've got a Connie there. And he wants to do something similar like that. And he wants to put it in TWA livery also. That's what he wants to do with his Connie. Yeah, Mike, I don't think they positively identified that stuff. Listen, did you see the pictures of those pieces they found? They had muscles and scale all over they've been underwater for years. Okay, those aren't off that airplane. There ain't no way. All right, those things would have been clean as brand new parts. They'd only been in the ocean a week, at a month the most. They sure as fuck wouldn't have looked like that. So I don't think those were parts off that airplane. They were in way too bad a shape. They've been underwater a long time, not a month. So yeah, that I don't believe that. And all we have to go by is what we're told on the news and the internet and the YouTube, but I don't believe it. Those things were in way worse shape than they should have been for being underwater that little bit of time. So, oh, is that right? Those props on that one are fake? That's interesting. Yeah, they're Temu props. Yeah. Yeah, so So Kermit did a video on his Connie about, because they flew it in there. It wasn't his plane when they flew it in. He was taking care of it for a guy that was in bankruptcy. And I think this guy had 3 Connies. And he didn't have any place to park this one. He had to move it from where it was. They got a ferry permit to ferry it to Kermit's place. So it was flyable when it was flown in. So years later, I think the same guy that owns it, I think he made a deal with Kermit. Listen, I need the engines and the props off that plane to make one airworthy again. So if you let me come take the props and motors off that plane, I'll replace them with the bad motors and props from this plane. My guys will take all the stuff off and put the other stuff on, and I'll give you the airplane. You can just keep it. And Kermit was never planning on putting that one back in the air, so he said, "Fine, that works for me," because he just wanted it for a display piece. He didn't want to fly it. So that's what they did, and then somebody reported to Kermit that the guys that took all the superchargers and some other stuff, the exhaust manifolds, all that stuff, and threw them in the dumpster. So Kermit went and found them in the dumpster and got them all back. And he's like, "Why the hell did they throw this shit in the dumpster?" So obviously the people this guy hired to go get this stuff didn't want to be bothered with bringing all the stuff they got back, and threw them in the dumpster. And that just pissed Kermit off to death. He was really pissed over that. So, is that right, Michael Bear? John Travolta bought the Connie? So where's the one in Kansas City? The one that's at the museum where you fly out of, right? That's what you're talking about? Yeah, there's a Connie flying to somewhere. I think it's in Europe, in the Briglin or the Lafayette um, livery. Yeah, there's one still flying there too, or was. I'm not sure it still is, but there was one flying there. I know those are the only ones I know that fly. Um, well, no, I take that back. What's his name? Rod. Oh God, what's his name? Shit, I can't think of his name right now. He restores a lot of airplanes. He's got a whole shitload of airplanes. He's the one that bought the first Air Force One. I think it was Truman's plane. If I'm not, I think that's who it was. And restored it, and it's flying. They flew it to. I think they flew it to Oshkosh last year. Um, so there's a fresh, restored Connie flying, and it belongs to this Rod. I can't think of his last name right now. He's got 2 F7F Tiger Cats flying. They take them to air shows all the time. He's got a whole shitload of military planes like that are all restored. And he restored the one that was out in the desert for years that belonged to a crop duster. He bought all these airplanes from a salvage because he was using at that time. This is 20 years ago, probably. He was using Connie's for crop dusting, or not crop dusting, but mosquito spraying. And the Smithsonian called him, said, "Hey, do you have Connie serial number da 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 da?" And he looked at his record. He says, "Yeah, I have that plane. Why?" And they said, "Because that's the first Air Force One, and we would like to get it for the Smithsonian." And of course, he wanted a lot of money for it. So the Smithsonian said, "Well, no, we can't pay you that." So then, for years, there's videos on YouTube, trying to sell it. And then this Rod guy that has all these other airplanes bought it, and he flew it. They got a ferry permit, and they flew it to Chino, California, to restore it. And they finally got it finished. And I believe last year was the maiden flight, and they flew it to Oshkosh. So yeah, there's a brand new, fresh Connie flying. That they just, I don't know how many millions he spent restoring that thing. It was in good shape. I mean, it was flyable. They flew it out of there. It's a really beautiful video of it flying, because they took one of their. He's got a B-25 that they flew out to pick the Connie up with, and they used that as a camera platform to film the Connie coming back. And oh my God, that plane's beautiful in the air. Oh my God. Okay, you might be right, and maybe I am talking about MacArthur's airplane, and not, but Truman's plane. They're both being restored. Um, there's a big video of them flying the what's the flower that the his wife's favorite flower is what they named the airplane. I can't remember it now. Um, yeah, that's who it was. Yeah, Columbine. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Yep. Yeah, it's in California, being being restored. So yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Truman's or MacArthur's plane's the one that's flying already, and Columbine will be flying soon too. They'll probably get pretty close to finishing that one. But the video they got of it flying back from wherever it was in the desert, they flew it to Texas first, I think, and then they flew it to California um, for publicity. Um, but they had aerial footage of it from the B-25, and oh my God, was that beautiful! Just beautiful. I wish I could remember that guy's name. That's got all those F7F Tiger Cats. So yeah, Michael, that one is grounded. The Britland one, the funding, it's still airworthy. I mean, they're not flying it because they lost their funding, but it was an airworthy Connie. And how long has it been grounded? It's only been about a year, hasn't it? How long ago was that, Michael? That you were dating this girl or seeing this girl? What did you? How did you word it? Oh yeah, I dated a girl. How long ago was that? Oh yeah, that was Kiwi, the Kiwi B-29. Yep. Yeah, I watched that video extensively too. That they spent a few years putting that thing back together, and then they tried to fly it out of there, and they didn't have the generator in the back. The APU wasn't strapped down, and I guess it flipped over and caught fire and burnt the plane to the ground. And it's still sitting there. It didn't sink to the bottom of the lake. It's sitting there on the top of the lake. People, recently, if somebody posted on YouTube that they flew over it, and there it was. So yeah, that was a sad story. After everything that we did to get that plane airworthy and get it flown out of there, and to have something as stupid as the APU not being strapped down, catch the damn thing on fire. That was horrible. So it was in 2022. So yeah, it's been a few years. Where's the plane at? Do they have it? Uh, is it on display someplace? Do you know? Did they? That was a beautiful airplane. God, inside and out, that thing looked brand new. That was such a beautiful airplane, especially still it was being used as a passenger plane. So it's had all the seats in it and everything. That was a beautiful plane. Yeah, kind of like the Flight of the Phoenix. Yeah, it was kind of that story. The Kiwi was been sitting on the ice all these years in perfect, all there, all together on its wheels, and they go out there and bring brand new engines and props and, get it all, airworthy, fire it up and plow the runway so they could take off. And then because of the bumps, it flipped the APU over and caught the thing on fire and it burned to the ground. And I can't believe those were brand new engines. I mean, why didn't they at least go get the engines? The engines weren't hurt. The plane, the fuselage burnt. The wings, that's what's sitting on the ice with the wings sticking up out of the snow. Okay, the wings are intact and the engines are there. It was the fuselage that burnt up. I can't believe they didn't go back out there and get those engines. How about what do they name her? They named her the P-38 they got out of the Glacier. I think they named it Glacier 1 or something. Um, that squadron, there were two B-17s, I think. Or were there were two, I forget now. It was either two P-38 Lightnings and five B-17s or the other way around. And they went down and found, they looked at they wanted the B-17s, and they were crushed. But when they looked at the P-38, it wasn't crushed because it was built stronger. It was a fighter jet. And so they dug that big hole and went down there and they brought the thing up in pieces and then they restored it and it's flying today. Um, it's for sale. I wonder why Kermit hasn't bought that airplane. Why wouldn't he want a flying? His whole collection pretty much is flying. That Connie's about, and the DC-3 he had his on his pedestal out by the road, but those are about the only two airplanes he owns that don't fly. Everything he owns flies. That's one of my favorite airplanes. I really love the Connie. There was a company in Taiwan. Is it Taiwan? I think it was Taiwan. A model company. Um, they used to produce a kit, a fiberglass, a big kit, large, very large Connie, and they stopped making it. But they were still using the Connie on their homepage. If you went to their website to order an airplane from them, they still had the Connie on the page. Which irritates the shit out of me because you're false advertising. Your page shows a Connie, you don't make it anymore. But if you go watch those German fly-ins, there's at least three of them, or there were three still flying, the models, and we're talking about a 12 or 16-foot wingspan model of a Connie. Yeah, and I think one's electric, and the other two are gas powered. Um, Yeah, I love that airplane. It's such a beautiful airplane. It really is. It's got beautiful lines. It's just a spectacular looking airplane. Yeah, I'm surprised the Kermit hasn't bought that Connie. Maybe he's building a new hangar right now. I don't know if you guys saw that. He's building another hangar right next to the other one he built now. A giant. It's twice the size of the one he's already got. Um, so I wonder what he's going to put in there. Maybe I thought he was going to buy the other. Because he learned to fly it and everything. The Mars. What the hell's the name of that damn thing? Those two water bombers out in Vancouver, Canada. He went out there and learned to fly it and everything. And the one was at the time, the one was for sale, not the other one. And and it was originally supposed to go to, I don't know where it did go actually. They just flew it out of there, and they flew it into some place, took it apart because it's going to a museum. But it was going to go to Pensacola originally. I guess Pensacola wanted it, and they wanted it back in the Navy livery. So it was red and white, and they painted it blue again, and put all the Navy markings on it. And then it sat there for years in the Navy livery. For years after they did that. So I don't know what happened with the deal, but they finally flew it out of there, and they landed it in some lake someplace, taxied it up into the parking lot, and then they took it apart, put it on a truck to take it the rest of the way to wherever it's going. I don't know where it's going. I haven't followed it, so I'm not sure where it's going. But and then the other one is I think it's outside at a museum in Vancouver. There's a museum there that took the other one, and that happened recently. That was a year or two ago that they did that, and now the other one has been retired, and it's in a museum in Vancouver. I guess they really wanted to keep it there. It did a lot for that community and had a lot of sentimental value to them, and they wanted to keep it there. So they somehow came up with the money to buy it and put it in their museum. So the red and white one, well, I think one was the Hawaiian and the other one was the Mars Martin. That's it. Martin Mars and the Martin. I think it was the Hawaiian, or it could have been the Philippine. I forget. One of them crashed, and the other one was still alive, and the Mars was still alive. So I forget which one it was. I'm, I'm having trouble getting back to the chat. I think I found. All right, I'm back. I couldn't find my chat. I got too many windows open. Yeah, they're both in museums now. But they flew the one somewhere, and there's one that stayed in Vancouver. Oh, is that where it went? To Arizona? Okay. God, I love those airplanes. I watched those videos over and over and over again. I just thought that was amazing. How much water they could carry and drop on a fire, and literally put it out in one, just about put it completely out in one drop. If they got it called soon enough and got out there, then they make a couple more drops to just make sure it's out. But the first drop would pretty much put the damn thing out. Those were great airplanes. I just thought that was the coolest thing. I wish Kermit would buy it because then I get to go see it. I sent him a message the other day when he was talking about moving the Connie. I don't know if you guys have been watching that, but they moved the Connie to another spot, and he talked about where he parked it. They parked it there so people could see it, and I let him know that I used to ride my motorcycle over there. God, I can't even count the number of times that I would ride from here over there on my motorcycle in the middle of the night and sit outside the gate and just to look at the Connie. I just love that airplane so much, and I thanked him for that. I told him, that he felt like he did that and nobody appreciated it the way when he said it, and so I wanted to let him know that somebody did. At least I appreciated it. So I let him know that I used to ride over there on my motorcycle in the middle of the night, just to go look at that. And Now he's moved it. You know, it's too far away from the. It was pretty close to the fence where he had it. I mean, it wasn't maybe 100 feet away from the fence. The one gate that you never go in and out of. But you know, he had these plans when he built the place, and he had that gate put in for the what is the Act 3 now he's calling it, and that gate was all for Act 3, and he had that gate put in when he opened the place, you know, however many years ago, and he had the county park by that gate, and that's where I would sit on my motorcycle and look at the county through the fence by that gate that he's never used, because the other gate that's closer to the big building is the gate they use. This other gate was never really used. Yeah, Mike, that's another one. You know, that's the Bermuda Triangle, Flight 19. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm backing up because I missed some of this. Yeah, that happened right here in Florida. I don't know what happened to that. Jesus, that's another one. You know, Bermuda Triangle. It was beamed. They were beamed into space. I don't know. Yeah, weird. Which museum has the spruce goose? Paul Stewart's channel. No, who's Paul Stewart, Mike? This is one thing this new computer can do that my other I've got like 10 windows open right now. That one, not this one. This one probably did. The one I bought in the house, the one I originally bought for out here was nowhere near good enough for out here. Would never do what I'm doing right now. And you know, this one would do it. This is a good computer out here. Um, I could have left that one out here, but I wanted my best one out here to do my show from. And that one's more than capable for what I do in the house, so it just makes sense to bring the Mac Daddy one out here. Oh, I've seen this guy. Yeah, I've seen Paul Stewart. Yeah. Yeah, he does videos. Now, does he own all of these airplanes, or does he just like? He seems like just a guy that goes to the museum and talks about the airplanes. Does he actually own all these airplanes? All right, Michael. We'll see you later. Tell the cops I said hi. Oh my god. He's hilarious. Yeah, his videos are pretty good actually. He likes to sit in the cockpits and talk about the planes, and Yeah. I never paid any attention to what his name was, but yeah, I've watched a lot of his stuff.
Stop what you're doing and look at this. You know how traditional clippers can leave your nails jagged, uneven, or you clip them too deep? It's the worst. You're left with sharp edges that...
Hello, and behind me is a Northrop YF-23, which is a technology demonstrator for the US Air Force. Now, this aircraft never went into production as they bought the F-22 Raptor instead, but apparently this aircraft is still a great piece of engineering, and in this video I'm going to take you on a detailed tour of it.
I'm Paul Stewart and I make videos about planes. This includes trip reports, onboard flights from around the world and detailed tours through significant aircraft in museums. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook. And a massive thanks to the National Museum of the US.
Yeah, I just clicked on a video. He's reviewing, or I don't know if you call it reviewing it. He's looking at the YF-23, and I know those are in California. One's for sure one's in California, and the other one is not sure where the other one is. I know it's here though. It didn't leave the country. What part of Australia do you live in, Mike? God, I want to go to Australia so bad. I just want to go over there. Does he still live there in New Zealand, or is he's just from there and lives, in the U.S. now, or does he just fly over here to do videos? What's his story? So you're 300 miles north of Sydney. Okay, cool. Because Sydney was kind of one of the places I wanted to go. Is Sydney a good place to go? I mean, is there a lot to see in Sydney, or are there better places to go in Australia? I don't even know where to go. I just want to go over there. So he still lives there and he flies around to do these videos. Wow, it must be nice. He must be independently wealthy. Just fly off and I don't is how big is his channel? Let me look here. Is he a big deal? No. He's not. He's only got 246,000 subscribers. I mean, that's big, but it's not millions. He's not that big. That's interesting. Oh, so the other one's in Dayton, Ohio. That's where the other 23 is. So one's in California and one's in Dayton. So how far away is Melbourne from Sydney? Yeah, I don't know what that means. The Gold Coast. I don't. I'm not a. I'm not a. You know, an hour flight. Okay, so it's not that close. So are you working, Mike, over there, or are you retired? You work in agriculture. What do you do? Crop duster? Be flying airplanes, right? That'd be cool. You have your own farm, or do you work on somebody else's farm? Oh, you do scientific research on improving farming. Wow, that's interesting. Wow. Okay, so you showed me a picture of a Ute that you own, right? The red Ute, the Holden Ute. What else? What other vehicles do you have? Do you have a collection, or is that just your daily driver? 2 off-road buggies, and 1. What is that? Tarmac car? Tarmac? Is that a tarmac car? I mean, or is that a name? Is that a? That's not a brand name, I don't think, is it? I don't know what you're referring to as a. I mean, if you're just talking about a road car, you know, I don't know. A little more specific on that one. Yeah, I did. I read it. Yeah, you have 2 Utes. What do you consider an old one? That's surprising. You're calling one an old one, and then you have 3 race cars. Let's hear a little more about the race cars too. Did you buy any of those Utes new? Yep, summer's coming. Faster here. It was probably got pretty warm today. It was in the 80s today. Okay, so wow. So your old one is the one you bought new in 2005 with 480,000 kilometers, and then the other one, which is the new one. What year is that one? And you bought that one used, and it only had 14,000 kilometers on it when you bought it. Wow, that's really low mileage. A 2017. Wow. So they made those from '05 to 17. Wow, that's cool. Much difference in them? Are they? I bet the dashboards are different, but what about the exterior? Are they pretty much the same car? So the red one, the picture you sent me, which one was that? The 05 or the 17? I'm betting that was the 17. Yeah, they made the GTO. Yeah, yeah. That's what they called it here. What did they call it in Australia? When it shipped here, it was called the GTO. The newer one, yeah. So does the 05 have a 5.7 motor in it? And then the 17 probably has a 6.2 in it. Yeah, I was never a big fan of the GTO. I mean, it was cool that they made a two-door coupe car with a big, with a 5.7 LS motor in it. I thought that was cool and everything, but the styling of the car just really didn't do it for me. I just never really liked it that much. My buddy has one, a purple one, and it's cool and everything, but it wasn't something I wanted. I just didn't like the styling of it. Um, I think the four door looks so much better. Um, yeah, the one was called a Monroe or Monroe, whatever. Yeah, and the other what was the Ute called a Commodore Ute or just a Ute? Oh, it's got a V6 in it. Oh, boo! So it's got the 3800 V6. Okay, yeah. God, I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, because they put them in the G8 also, the six. But yeah, I didn't want a six cylinder. The only six cylinder car I'd take is a Grand National, or GTX. Those are the only cars I'd take in a. It is called the Commodore Ute. Okay. What are your race cars? What do you have for race cars? Uh, oh yeah, they can get horsepower out of the V6s, but they got to really rev them up, to get that horsepower. And just not a big fan of that. But like I said, the Grand National here, I think was the 3800 motor, but turbocharged. Um, that was a pretty badass car. Um, but yeah, six cylinder cars. We had a Firebird with a six in it and Formula. And they were claiming like 285 horse on that one. It was okay. I mean, it wasn't a slug. It got out of its own way, but it's just not a V8. Yeah, we had a 2000 or 99 or 2000 Firebird Formula. That was a nice car. Bought that new. That was my ex-wife's car. Got a really good deal on it. Yeah, a really good deal. So these are all motorcycle engine race cars. God, what's the name of that damn thing? Hang on a minute. I got one out in the trailer out here. I'll tell you in a second what it is. Oh no. Shit. What the hell's the name of that damn thing? It's a monocoque chassis. The one out here's got a Suzuki. I think it's a Suzuki 1000cc engine in it. Um, a Le, LeBron. What the hell's the name of that damn thing? Christ, when you take the body off of it, it looks like a fucking Indy car. Jesus, that thing is crazy. So, what do you autocross these or road race them? What kind of racing do you do? I don't think these are drag race cars. These have got to be road cars. A Legrand. That's it. It's called Legrand. I don't know if you know what that is. Look it up if you haven't. Yeah, my buddy's storing it here. I've got it in a. We got a race trailer out here with the car in it. We used to go autocrossing with that. Yeah, when he bought that, we were racing a Honda autocross, a Civic, and then one day he bought this Legrand. He calls me up and he says, "You got to come over and see what I bought." And I was laughing. I'm like, "Oh God, what did you buy?" And when I got over there, I was like, "Oh my God, what the hell is this? Holy shit!" uh, oh, well, yeah, that's cool. Well, it looks like it's just you, me, and Juno left, so I'm going to call it. It's fun talking to you. Um, I definitely want to come there. You wouldn't be able to put me up for a week or two, could you? If I came over there? Not going to happen anytime soon, but one day. I gotta finish up some stuff here. Thanks, Juno. Okay, we could do that too, Juno. I know how to fish. My grandpa taught me how to fish. Not much to see where you are. Yeah, well, yeah, but you're going to take me someplace, right? We're going to go look at Sydney, or are you far enough away where you'd have to fly to Sydney? I need a tour guide. I don't want to just wander around. I want somebody who knows where to take me to see the sights. Four-hours drive, that's not too bad. Yeah. All right, well, we'll talk about that more. We'll see. I definitely want to come to Australia, though, before I die. I definitely want to get there. So, I don't know. We'll work something out. All right, guys. Have a great night. Thanks for coming. It's been fun. I got to go work on my ex's car for a few minutes here, so before I call it a night. So, but thanks a lot, guys. We'll see you later.